We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, HackerFrogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we're doing HackerFrogs After School today. We're doing HackerFrogs free hacking stuff. We're also doing a bit of gaming today. So let's talk about Turd Ferguson. Hello, nice to see you. Python, let's go. Yeah, we're going to be doing some Python in the second hour of today's stream. Let's talk about the schedule today. So typically what we do is we do 4 different activities in each one of these live streams. So if you're wondering where the schedule is, you can find it over here on the Reddit. You can also find it on the Discord if you're part of the Discord. So today we're going to be doing some gaming first. We're going to be playing The Witness. The Witness is a really cool puzzle game that we've been playing for quite a while now. And we're going to try to see if we can solve some of these devious puzzles. That's the first hour. In the second hour, we're going to be doing HackerFrogs After School. We're going to be doing Python Basics, Session 2. So if you missed the first session, you should be able to follow along with what we're doing in the Python programming language. And if not, you can ask some questions and I'll try to get you caught up as fast as we can. Okay, so that's the second hour of today's stream. In the third hour, we're going to be doing some demonstrations for some web app hacking. We're going to be doing the Natas CTF game, and we're going to be demonstrating levels 13 to 16 of that game. So that's the third hour, and in the fourth and fifth hours of today's stream, we're going to be doing a Linux challenge. Daisy says, I just followed you on X. Can I get your follow back? Follow back? Let me take a look at my X just a second. There you go. Okay. And Daisy Luna, hold on. Let me see if I can pull you up on the X. There you go. Daisy Luna, are you a streamer? Are you a live streamer, or you do some sort of creative stuff, right? Hello. Anyways, thank you very much for following Butzer. I'm not too sure how to pronounce that. But yeah, welcome to the stream. Okay, so we're going to be doing the a Linux hacking challenge for our fourth activity. And without further ado, let's jump into our first activity for the day. So we'll put 60 minutes on the clock and we'll start doing some gaming. So if you're looking for Python hacking, we're going to be doing that in about 60 minutes. So stay tuned. Okay, so we're going to be playing The Witness. So this is The Witness over here. I think that the audio should be hooked up. So we're going to continue. And Tufacho, hello, nice to see you here. So I looked online for a little bit of a cheeky spoiler for this puzzle that we were doing last week. So it looks like we were trying to line up these twigs over here to make a path for the puzzle here. And well, I mean, the spoiler told me that I should look down and see this other piece for the puzzle over here. So this missing branch. So what we need to do is we need to find a path for the missing branch to fit on. And let me demonstrate over here. So we've got. Let me go ahead and pull out the pen. Okay, so the pen is over here. Let's reset this. So what we've got is we got the twigs superimposed on top of the puzzle over here. And what we can do is we can draw a little path here with what the twig is doing. So we also see this path over here, and we saw a twig on the ground, and the ground twig was 2 down, and then 1 over, and then a staircase like this. So this is the path that we assume that we're supposed to take. So which means if we start from the top right-hand side over here, we can draw a path that kind of looks like this that will get us to the exit. Okay, so let me take a screenshot of this. My screenshot software isn't online right now. Let me get that online just a second. Got to close this. And while we are doing this game, I'll also put on a little bit of background music, because I definitely don't want to have complete silence over here. That's no good. How about some Shovel Knight? Just nice and soft in the background. If it ever gets too loud, let us know, and we will try to make it an appropriate volume. Okay. All right, let's go on. What were we doing? We were trying to do a little screenshot. Okay, so I'm activating the screenshot software. I'm putting on the path again, and then I'm going to take a screenshot. Okay, and I'll show you what the screenshot looks like. So the screenshot looks like this. And I'm going to be following this path when we're solving the puzzle over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and... well, I'll just put it off to the side. And let's get back to the game. Okay, so we're going here. Oh, looks like I can't interact with the puzzle while I've got the branches in the way. Okay, let's... so what is it? Over, then down, then up, then 2 down, and then staircase all the way to the end. Okay, so what does this do? So that's one puzzle done. Did that open something up? Because I can't tell where we're supposed to go now. Hold on, let's go back inside. So did that activate something? So I see these red cables. They're leading outside. Maybe we should follow the red cables. Where are they going? They're going outside and around the corner. Okay, and then these are leading us this way? No? Yeah, I'm not too sure where we're supposed to go from here. Wait. Oh, this... I don't think this was open before. Okay. Wait, did we solve this one already? What do we have? MD explains, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, and... so we've got the laser over here, and we suspected the laser is... Neems, hey, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. We're just doing a little bit of gaming right now. And we're going to be doing our Python Basics. Neems, do you know how to code in Python? If not, then maybe we can get some learning done. So we got the laser. Yeah, okay. So we got 3 lasers now, pointing up at the beam. I wonder how many are left. So it looks like there's another laser that's supposed to be going on from the other side. Let's wander on over to that side of the map. Neem says, nah, is it essential? I think learning how to code will help you out a lot when you're getting into cybersecurity. So I think it's a pretty good skill to learn. Okay, so maybe what we need to do is we need to solve the puzzles over here. Let's just go over to this area. Nico, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, MD explains you don't need to point out stuff like that. Alright, so it looks like we got some more puzzles over here. So you have this person reaching up for this goblet. I wonder if we can interact with this in an unexpected way. Maybe, maybe not. I could have sworn I saw some other puzzles over here. But maybe there is no puzzle. Wait, can we interact with this? No, it doesn't look like it. Look, MD explains. We're trying to have a good time over here. Don't type strange stuff in chat, please. Alright, let's just wander on to some other part of the island. So I think there's this whole area over there on the other side. Let's try to make our way over there. Nico says, how can I continue to improve my coding? I took OOP for C++, but I don't remember much. I need to retouch on it. Do I start back to the basics? I mean, it really depends on how long it's been since you've done your coding. And if you can... If you're okay going back to the basics, you should be able to do the basics very, very quickly if you've been coding for a while and you just need to knock off some of that rust. ZG, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so did we finish all of these puzzles up on the tower? Let me go ahead and check. Okay, we opened this up. I think we did all these already. Okay, if that's the case, then let's just make our way to the other side. We're just looking for areas where we haven't solved the puzzles yet. I think this is the beginning of the game over here. ZGCG, let's see, Nico asks, is this game free? I think... MD explains, you're making me uncomfortable, okay? Stop sending random messages in chat. You're making me uncomfortable. Okay, Nico asks, is this game free? No, it's not free, but I'm pretty sure right now you can get it at a pretty steep discount. So if you go over to Steam and you look up the Witness, I'm pretty sure you can get this for about 75% off, so it's pretty much like $10. $10 American, maybe a little bit less. Okay, so we already solved all of these. So I guess we're gonna have to wander on to some other place. How about over there in the distance? Okay, MD explains. I'm gonna take time out of my day, and I'm gonna ban you. ZGZG says, can you talk about proxy and proxy chains? It's not on the agenda today. We might be able to get to that. Why don't you stop by the Discord and let me know in one of the general channels in there. Maybe we can set that up for another stream. Okay, so I think we did all of these ones, and these puzzles over here, these unlocked the fast travel. Okay, so I guess we don't need to do anything more here. Okay, so we've got another little peninsula over there, and I think we're going to go over there and see if there are more puzzles to solve. Nico says, so many cool, new and cool indie puzzle games. Yeah, I was hoping we could do some puzzle gaming over here, just as an intro or warm up. I'm looking at Steam, by the way, because I really like the idea of sharpening our problem-solving skills. Okay, so we got more puzzles here, and what do we have? So it looks like something about the sun. You play anything else or only puzzle games? So I'm trying to keep this kind of hacker adjacent, at least. So the games that I'm playing on stream are going to be about solving little puzzles. I'm not a person who does a lot of puzzle gaming in general, but it is good to play these games to widen your horizons a little bit. Maybe get to thinking about some outside the box stuff. So what do we have over here? Okay, so we've got a bunch of panels over here, and it looks like this is the first one. So when I look at the reflections here, it looks like there's a path. Something scratched out. So it's going down. Also, there's scratches in the middle. There's nothing over here. Where are we supposed to start? We're supposed to start in the middle? And are we going down here? No. So I definitely see some scratches. And they're going up towards the top there. I also see scratches on this side. So maybe it's something like this? No. Or down here? Artifact, hello, nice to see you here. So I see a bunch of scratches in the middle. Oh, I see it. I think I see it. Okay, so it's this way, and then up to the top. Okay, so if we're doing the same thing, then I see some scratches at the top, and then going over... But I can't see the rest of this. Are we supposed to view this from the top? I think we can climb this tower. No, it's still got the same shadows. Oh, you know what? Maybe there's something I can move over here. No. What's making those shadows? Alright, let's climb on back down. Sarah asks, what is that? So we're playing a little puzzle game right now. It's called The Witness. And it's filled with all these little panel puzzles. Huh, we've got... Wait, is that a different panel puzzle? Just a second. I'm going to move over to the other side. Okay, so there's a panel puzzle in here. But I can't see anything up. I can't see any scratches. Maybe I can see them if I go up top. And I think we can climb up further. Oh, okay. We can also climb on the other side. So let me go back down. Okay, up here. I mean, we could solve this over here, but I don't see any reflections that give me a hint as to what the pattern is supposed to be. Let me climb back down. Let's approach it from the other side. We can't really see it very well from here. So here we definitely do see some scratches leading up and then to the right. But I can't see anything. What's causing these shadows? So it's the position of the sun. I mean, the shadows will always be on here. Let's just try to brute force it. Oh. Okay. Let's solve this again. It's gotta be something. There's gotta be something I can do to rotate. Can I rotate these panels? If I could rotate them, then I could probably get them out of the shadow. Let me see if I can get on top of the scaffolding on the other side. Maybe there's something I can push. Okay. Don't see anything. We'll wander back on down. I don't think there's anything I can do to rotate the rest of these panels. Actually, no, there was something down below there. Maybe I should go down here. Let's get onto the other side. I'm pretty sure I saw like a walkway that leads down. Yeah, this one right here. But, don't think we can't activate this right now. Well, I mean, the answer obviously isn't to brute force this. We definitely know that it starts by going up and then to the right. we don't see any scratches at the bottom, so I guess it's kind of a brute force. Maybe it's just this. No. When it's not lit up... Oh, you know what? Alright, so it goes down on the bottom. So it's gotta be the corner, the left corner. Frackery says, is this Jonathan Blow's game? Yeah, it's Jonathan Blow's game. Okay, let's solve this again. And then I think we're going to this corner. Okay, so this works. So it's kind of deduction, and let's go over to the next panel. So the next panel's over here. And can we move this? Oh, we can move it. Frackery says, his games are great, always make you think. I mean, this is what we're here to do. We're here to learn about... Okay, so I don't see any scratches. Oh, I see some scratches. So it's leading down to the right. Okay, and then we'll rotate this again. Okay, everybody, we've got a break going on Twitch right now, so I'll also do an ad on YouTube. I think there's also an ad on YouTube, and we'll go ahead and put on some birds. All right, everybody, here's some birds. Enjoy! So this is a Stellar's J having fun with some peanuts, and we'll be back in about 60 seconds. Okay, let's get back to the gaming then. Okay, so we see here that it's going... Where is it? So I think we're ending off over here in this corner. So if we start from the beginning, then how do we do this? Hold on, let me take a look at the other one again. Okay, we don't... You know what I think we do? I think we go straight down here. No. I think we go down here, and then... Is that it? You know what? I need to double check. Because there's no scratches up here at all. I see some scratches. That go around. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do my screenshotting. Because you know what? We got screenshotting technology. Might as well use it. Okay. So according to the scratches, we've got. Why isn't the pen? Why isn't this stuff working now? So it's something like this. Okay. Let's take a look one more time. So we're definitely ending off, going from the top down to the top left corner. Now, how do we achieve that? Oh, you know what? Okay, I think I know what it is. So it's this. Oh, we can start at other places too? Neems asks, what's the significance of this game? So it's a puzzle game. It's all about trying to do problem solving. No? Hold on. Okay, let me move this. Oh, I can't move this right now. Alright, I guess we need to solve this puzzle again. The previous one. So the previous puzzle was this one. Oops. Okay, so if we need to... Let's shift it one more time. Maybe it's start here, go up, straight up, and then over to this corner. What am I getting wrong? There are only so many possibilities here. It definitely... Maybe this is supposed to be the start. So if we start here and then we go up and then... we see that there are scratches down there. Maybe it's going straight. No, we saw the thing going from the top. So if we saw the thing going from the top, it's down and then taking this corner here, and maybe it's not going there, instead it's going here. Okay, that was it. All right, let's move on to the other one, to the next puzzle. So the next puzzle is up at the top. Okay. So we got 2 of them. I don't see any scratches from the reflections here. Maybe because I'm looking at a... Maybe I need to look at them from across the courtyard. Okay, how do we get up there? The staircase is here, right? Here it is. Oh, there are 3 of them. Let's get a higher angle on this. Yeah, I can't see anything from here. Okay, so this doesn't tell me where we're supposed to end. I mean, there are other puzzles down there. Maybe we should solve those. So I see a puzzle here, but I don't see... This puzzle as well, I because the sun isn't shining on it, I can't see where the intended path is supposed to be. Oh, and I can't solve it now. Let me try solving this again. This didn't light up again. So the sun's over here. We want to solve these puzzles. You know, let me try solving it incorrectly once. Oh, actually, I do see something. The problem is I don't see very much. Go over on to this side. Yeah, I can't get the sun to face this way. So if the sun could shine directly on this, then I could see the path forward. Maybe I really do need to solve the puzzle down at the bottom, but let's try solving this incorrectly once. Okay, so they don't punish you for getting these wrong. You can keep on trying to solve these over and over again, but I really don't have any clue as to what the solution would be. The sun's gonna keep on pointing in this direction. I mean, I certainly don't want to brute force this if I don't need to. wonder if there's anything else that points to what the solution would be here. Maybe we should go back over to the symbols over on the other side. Because we saw something over here. Okay, I mean, I see rocks. We got this stuff over here. These rocks. These diamond symbols. We see that things are revealed when the light hits it just right. And that's kind of an indication as to how to solve the puzzles over there. Let's do a little bit more exploring. Maybe there's something hidden here. Okay. What about over here? There's a few different things. Oh, okay. And there's another puzzle here. What is this? Okay, so... So we've seen these puzzles before. So we can solve... We have to make these shapes like this. And then we can make a shape like this. No, this doesn't work. Oh, are we supposed to touch every one of these? Are we supposed to touch every one of the dots as well? Oh no, this is way more complicated then. Okay, so what we need to do here is we need to make these shapes. So this Tetris block here, at the bottom, we need to make this shape. But we also need to touch every one of these dots. Okay, so we can make the Tetris shape like this and touch all the dots here. And the blue shapes mean that they need to have a negative shape or something? I don't quite remember. But how do we... I don't even know how we would do this. Okay, let's... This is a bit too tough for me right now. Okay, so we can also get access to this bottom beach area. And the bottom area over here doesn't... Is there something that we can... Oh, there's another puzzle. What is this? Okay, so we need to start here. We have to... touch this exactly once. And what does this do? I mean, we activated it. We activated something. I'm not even sure what that did. Okay, maybe we can go back to the puzzle area where we were previously. Let me just check to see if there's anything hidden on this side first. Okay, it doesn't look like anything. Alright, let's wander on back. Oh wow. What about this? Oh, you know what this looks like? This looks like a puzzle. Hold on. Let's... I think we need to light this up all the way. How do we... Okay, I don't have the right angle on this. Still not enough. Okay, we can't go any further this way. We need to catch... Oh, how about this? This is all lit up. What does that do? It looks like it pointed somewhere. That was interesting. Okay, so back to these puzzles here. So what are these cables attached to? So this cable's attached to these panels up here. And this is attached to where? Let me circle around. This is attached to downstairs. Ah, okay. But we can't access that area. There's also something... We can also see something downstairs from here. There are more of those sun panels. Okay. But I don't think we can get that. I don't think we can access that area. I mean, we could try solving those puzzles. Can we solve them from here? I mean, that doesn't really... We also don't have any clue what the solutions would be. Oh wait, I see something. Oh, that goes straight... This goes straight up and down. Okay, let's... Alright, I think I got the solution. So this one is straight up and down. Okay, and let's take a look at... So I guess the solution was to just look at them from down here. Or at least that one was. Okay, so this one goes diagonally. So from the upper left to the lower right. So upper left to lower right. Wait. Or maybe it has to start this way. You know what? Why am I solving these from up here when I can just solve them from down at the bottom? Yeah. Oh, okay. So maybe it's like this. Okay, awesome. And then down at the bottom I can see this one as well. Okay, so that gives us access to this puzzle. And what is the solution to this? Let's try to get a better angle on this. Maybe this one I need to view from above. Or maybe I can try going close to it. Don't see anything here, but on this side. Can't even see anything from this side. Okay, we'll try from above. I think I'm too far away. Okay, let's... okay. Don't see anything here. What if I look... Oh, okay, I see it here. Yeah, so it's just go all the way around. Wait. Is it like this? There's nothing in the middle. I do see... Maybe it start here. Okay. So that activates this, and this we can rotate. Do we see anything? We see some scratches at the bottom. Oh man, this is so slow. Okay, maybe what we're supposed to do is... We're supposed to just observe this. So we'll just sit here and we'll observe this rotating around, and hopefully we'll see a solution. Okay, we got some... Okay, so I see some sunlight here. Maybe we're supposed to observe this from above while it's rotating, because as it is, we only see the top part here. Maybe we need to start the rotation and then get a different point of view. So where could we go? We could go up to the top over there. Okay. We'll start rotating it, and then we'll climb up to the top. There's no way we can see anything from this far away. Alright, let's... over here? Oh, This is tough. We'll wait until it's fully rotated, and then maybe we'll walk around and see if we've got some other stuff we can look at. Okay, everybody, we have ads going on right now, so let's go ahead and take a little water break. And while the break is going on, let's take a look at this woodpecker video. Okay, just gonna be back. We'll be back in about 40 seconds. Enjoy the woodpecker. Okay, so yeah, this thing is totally rotated now, but I can't see any good reflections on it. Wait, well, that doesn't really qualify. Can we get up to the top? Maybe we need to go up to the top. Over on the other side. This side, rather. And we'll take a look down here. This doesn't show us very much. Yeah. This has got me a little bit stumped. We do know that we need to stop here. Oh, this one dark. Hold on, do we need to solve this one again then? Okay. Let's try rotating it again. We're just gonna stick to this. So we know there is a line that goes down to the bottom. And is there a perspective where we could... Let me get up to the top. Yeah, but we can't really observe anything from up here. There is a thing that goes down to the bottom. We know that there's nothing up here, so everything has to be up at the top. So it's either going to be... It's going to be this. Well, I mean, I just kind of guessed that. That was kind of brute force. Alright, well, you know what? If we've got access to... We should have access to the bottom now. Okay. Now we got this stuff. Alright, we're gonna have to do this the next time, because we've only got a few more seconds left for this segment, and then we need to do our Python stuff. Although... we can't move any of this stuff either, huh? Oh, we've got some controls. Oh, we've got different lights that we can control. Alright, we're gonna have to do this next time, everybody. But yeah, thank you very much for watching our gaming portion of the stream. This was The Witness, and it is a very inventive puzzle game. Okay, let's go ahead and get out of here. And we're going to be moving on to the next part of today's stream. So the next part of today's stream is going to be some coding stuff. So first of all, let me get rid of the pen tool, because we're not going to be using it for the rest of the stream. Let's see. Get rid of that. Okay. Alright, let's go ahead and switch the topic. So topic number 1 is done. Topic number 2 is here. Topic number 3 is on deck. So we're going to be doing HackerFrogs After School. We're going to be learning about some Python coding stuff. So if you're here for Python coding, let us know in the chat. Just type in Python is here, and then some smiley faces, like that. Alright, let's start. We'll put 60 minutes on the clock, and we'll start our lesson. Okay, so we're doing our lesson on Python. This is, well, if you want to get all of the challenges we're going to be doing, this is the link over here. And let me pull up my presentation PowerPoint stuff. Just a second. Where are we? Python, programming. This is session number 2. Okay, so we'll just turn the music off while we're doing our lesson, and we'll turn it back on after the lesson is over. All right, so everybody, this is HackerFrogs After School Python Programming Basics Part 2. So this is a second session. I think there are 8 sessions. Let me check really quick. So for Python, we've got 9 sessions. Okay, so we got 9 sessions in the Python programming for HackerFrogs After School. And let's talk a little bit about what we learned last time. So this is the second session for Intro to Python Programming. In the previous session, we learned about the following Python concepts. Frackery, hey, nice to see you here. All right, so Hello World. So we wrote the Hello World program in Python, which is the first program students write for any computer language. So we learned how to write that program, Hello World. We learned about the print function, which is one of those essential functions in Python for learning about how to write these interactive programs. And we learned about variables. So programming variables are named storage locations which hold specific values, which can be referenced multiple times in a program. So Frackery says, can't wait for the advanced C++ lesson. That's not coming for a while now, but thank you very much for the support. Okay, so variables. So when you work inside of Python, we're going to be using a lot of variables, and they're going to be placeholders for other values. For example, name. This variable is the string HackerFrogs. So in here, greetings is hello, and if we print greetings plus name, then it'll print out hello HackerFrogs. So while we're working through this lesson, you can use this website over here to write some Python code, and we're going to be using it as well. Okay, so for example here, let's try hello world really quick. So on this page here, you can write in the main.py window, and then you can click on run, and then it'll run your Python code. So we can print hello world, and then run it, and then the console will print out hello world down here. So same thing with our variables. Let's see. So greeting equals hello world. And then we can just print, and then between the parentheses, we can just print greeting, and it should print out hello world, the string over here. So run that, and it prints out hello world. Okay, so what else did we talk about last time? So we talked about data types. We learned about data types, which include strings, which are non-numeric text. We get integers, which are whole numbers, and floats, which are numbers which include decimal places. So these are some essential data types which we work with in Python. And the important part about these different data types is that there are certain things that Python can do with a string, for example, that it can't do with an integer, and things that you can do with integers that you can't do with strings. That's why we need to pay attention to the types that we're creating in our programs. Okay, so in this workshop, what are we going to be working on? So the two new topics we're going to be introducing today are part 1, lists, and part 2, arithmetic operations. So if at any point you get lost and you don't quite understand what's going on, let me know in the chat, and we'll try to explain as best we can what's going on. Okay, so part 1 is lists. So lists are part of what Python categorizes as collections, variables that hold one or more values, which can be strings or numbers or a mixture of different data types. So a list is basically a bunch of different things put together. So a list could be a bunch of strings, a list could be a bunch of integers, or a list could be a bunch of floats. Anything is on the table. So an example list in Python could look like the following. Over here we've got a list called vegetables and the list called related to pie. So in the vegetables list, we've got a few different strings. So we've got carrots, and we got lettuce, and we have beets. So these are the names of different vegetables. And related to pie, we've got round, which is related to pie, and there's 3.14, which is related to pie, and delicious, which is related to pie. Nico says it can be a combination of floats and ints, for example. Yeah, that is correct. That is correct. So we can see by the example, a list is defined as a number of objects separated by commas between a pair of square brackets. So whenever you see a pair of square brackets inside of Python, that's usually referring to a list. And if we go over to our online Python website, so once again, this is the website. I highly recommend you try writing some code along with us. So let's see. Let's call this, well, let's just recreate related to pie, and we're going to make this a list. So remember, a list is a bunch of objects between these square brackets. So we're going to be The first object we're going to put in is round, and the second object we're going to put in is 3.14, which is pi mathematically. And I don't know, let's just do apple related to pi, apple pie. Okay, and if we were to print this out, OreoByte says, hello, nice to see you here. What is up, OreoByte? OreoByte is a Twitch streamer who does InfoSec stuff. So let's give OreoByte a shout out. Okay, let's continue. So we can print out the lists by just using print and then the name of the list, so related to pi. And if we run this program, it'll give us the list. So it'll give us just the straight list, and it'll also give us the square brackets over here. Okay? So let's continue. So if there's anything you don't quite understand about these lists, OreoByte said, I'm sorry, what day did you want to collab again? I thought we were going to collab on the Hack Smarter Labs on Friday. This Friday. But send me a message on Discord. We can confirm that. Okay, let's continue. So lists. So there's these objects that are contained within these square brackets. These are lists. Okay, and we also have indexes. So items in list occupy ordered positions within it, called indexes, with the first item in the index in the 0 position, the second item in the 1 position, index 1 position, etc. So we can reference the items in the list. Nico asks, can going over Python basics help me get back into C++? Well, I mean, it'll get you back into thinking about stuff in a programmatic way, but the syntax of Python is way different than the syntax of C++. But it'll get you thinking about programming again. Trey Sean, hello, nice to see you here, and welcome to the stream. Let's give you a fun Hack the Planet video redeem.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
So indexes or indices. I'm not too sure what the proper term is, indexes versus indices. You know what? We can Google that up really quick right now. What is the difference between indexes and indices? Okay, so the primary usage difference is usage. Indexes, for example, modern English, while indices is preferred in technical and formal contexts like mathematics. I mean, I would just say that indexes and indices are kind of interchangeable, but I don't like pronouncing this word, indices, so I will often use the word indexes. So that's the English lesson for today. All right, let's get back to it. So items and lists occupy ordered positions within it, called indexes, with the first item in index 0. So index 0 is this item right here. Index 1 is this item right here, and index 2 is this item right here. So you might get a little bit confused because we start counting from 0, because that's what we do in computer programming, apparently. But yeah, we can reference the individual objects inside the list. So if we go back to our online Python over here, and we print let's make something called first object. So first object equals related to pi at index 0. So this is how we reference an object inside of a list. So we put some square brackets, the name of the list, and then some square brackets, and then inside the square brackets the number which refers to the index. So if we were to print off first object, it'll print off round. So round is the first object inside of the related to pi list. And yeah, so we often do stuff like this when we're working with lists. And if you find it a little bit confusing, let me know in the chat. I'll try to explain it I'll try to explain it better. I'll find a way. Hopefully I can find a way. Okay, so list indexing. So list indexing allows for the selection of specific items in the list by referring to them by the position in which they appear in the list. So just like what we said, so fruits list 0 index is apple, fruits list 1 index is orange, and fruits index 2 is grapes. So to use list indexing, use the name of the list directly followed by a pair of square brackets with the index position of the desired item inside the brackets, just like what we did. So look at the Python code above. Inside the print function, the tree list's index 0 is referenced. Which list item will be print output? So if we print tree 0, let us know in the chat which item will appear if this is our list of trees. So Nico says pine. Okay. Trayshawn says pine. That's correct. So we remember we always start counting from 0 when we're using our lists over here. So when we're doing indexing in general, we start with 0. Okay, so the output should be pine since pine is the first item in the list. So note that the counting positions and the indexing start from 0, not 1. So in this example, trees object 2 refers to cedar, since cedar is the number 2 item in the list if we count from 0. Okay, so an important thing to remember when working with lists is that the values of items in lists can be changed after initial assignment. So we can actually change the whatever is in the 0 position by giving it an assignment over here. So trees item 0 equals oak, and then pine will change to oak. We'll demonstrate this in our online Python here. So we got related to pi. Let's change the first object in related to pi. So related to pi, object 0, or index 0, let's make it something else. So let's just make it, I don't know, cherry. So related to pi, cherry, and then we're going to print the first object. We don't have it here yet. But what we do have is we have the entire list, which is related to pi. And let's try printing that out. So now, because we've changed the object 0 in the related to pi list, it shouldn't say round when we print it out. It should say cherry. So now it says cherry 3.14 and apple. Okay, let's move on. Data types, classes, and objects. So every data type in Python, so for example, lists and strings and integers, etc., belong to a corresponding class, and each instance of a class is an object. So list is one of those Python data types. So it just so happens that this data type can also have other data types inside of it, and that's why they call it a collection object in Python. So if we go back to online Python here, and we wanted to type out the type of object related to pi is, we would do this. Let me put that in the chat if you want to try it out. Okay, and we run the program, and it'll say unexpected EOF when parsing. Okay, what did I do wrong? Oh, we need an extra, so we need an extra closing parentheses. Okay, let's run that again. So it says class list. So this type of object in Python is a list object. Okay, and let's continue. Okay, so when we work with lists, there are some different kinds of functions we can run with them. These ones are called methods. So methods are class-specific functions. For example, there are list methods, and there are string methods, and there are integer methods. Methods perform actions on an object. And in this case, we've got our vegetables. So our vegetables are carrots and lettuce and beets. This is a list. If we wanted to add something to the list, we would run this method right here. So it's the list name, vegetables, .append. So .append is a method we can run on the object. And in this case, it's going to add an object. So we put the thing we want to add between the parentheses here. In this case, radishes. So when we print the vegetables, we see that the radishes have been appended to the list. Okay, so methods are performed by indicating the name of the object, which is the list, and then a dot, and then the name of the method, followed by a pair of parentheses, which contain any arguments required for that method. So Treshawn asks, does append always add to the end? How do you change it? So append is a method. It will always append it to the end of the list. If you wanted to change it, if you wanted to change an object in the middle of the list, you would basically just go to that position and then reassign it. So, okay, let me demonstrate over here. So here we've got our related to pi list. Here we're going to do dot append. Okay, so related to pi dot append, and then a pair of parentheses. So the thing that we're going to add to the list is going to be inside the parentheses. We're going to add peach, so peach pie. Okay, and then when we print out the list again, we see that, oh, hold on, we need to get rid of this. Okay, we're just going to print out the list now. So it returns round 3.14, apple, and peach. So peach was appended to the list. If we wanted to change the position in the list, we would basically have to go into the list related to pi. Say we wanted to switch the positions of two different objects. So we've got round in the 0 position and peach in the 4th position. If we wanted to change this around, we could do it. And it would be a different method. And, well, I mean, usually when I've got a question about Python, so in Python, how do we switch the positions of two objects? I would just ask the question. It's usually going to be the AI swapping the values of two variables. Okay, and oh, you know what? Two objects will just append to that in a list. Okay, so swap the elements of the specified indices. Okay, so what is it? Okay, so we can just reassign them. So my list, this index, my list, this index, and then just swap them around like this. You can make a temporary variable. Yeah, you could do it that way as well. I mean, I'm pretty sure you could. Okay, let's move back. So the list method we will learn in this workshop is the append method. So the append method will add an item to the end of the specified list. Take the following code as an example. What do we have? So we got friends, Alex and Barb, friends.append Carl. So we're making friends. Isn't that nice? So print friends. So the output would be Alex and Barb and Carl. So it's so this is how we add items to lists. And the next thing we could do, so take note, I'm pretty sure that we can't add things to the list by referencing an index that doesn't exist. So if we go over here and we wanted to add this another way, so related to pi, we've got the 0 index here, the 1 index here, the 2 index here. So if we reference a third index and we called that cherry, and then we tried to run the code, it'll give us an error. It says list assignment index out of range. So we can't just start assigning indexes that don't exist when we deal with our lists. So when we want to add objects to the list, we need to use the append method. Okay, so we learned how to add things to lists. The other thing we're going to be learning is how to delete items from lists. So we actually have two different methods we can do to delete items from lists. So the first one is the del keyword over here. And deleting items from lists can be done in a few different ways, but if you know the list index of the item that you want to delete, you can use the del keyword. So for example, we got friends, Alex and Barb and Carl. If we use del and then the index, so the 0 index for friends, then Alex will be deleted. When we print out friends, we only have Barb and Carl. So let's go ahead and we'll demonstrate this. So we got our related to pi. So we're going to del related to pi index. Let's say we wanted to get rid of the apple pie. So the apple, so delete related to pi index 2, and then when we print it off, apple should be missing. So just round and 3.14. Okay, so that's one method we can use to delete an object from the list. Okay, the next thing is our lists exercise. So we're going to cover the next exercise over at learnpython.org, and let's go ahead and do that. So there's the link is here. Let me grab the list lesson. Here is the link. Okay, so it says lists are very similar to arrays. They can contain any type of variable. They can contain as many variables as you wish. Lists can also be iterated over in a very simple manner. Here's how you build a list. So we've got my list. So the interesting thing here is that lists can also be initialized as empty. So if you see my list and it's just a pair of square brackets, that means that the list is empty. Okay, so we got nice and big so that everybody can see. So we got my list equals an empty list, and then they're going to append a few numbers. So append 1, append 2, append 3. So these are straight up numbers. These are integers. So if we print these out at index 0, it prints 1, and then it prints 2, and then it prints 3. So we're only printing off the individual objects. So 0 index, 1 index, 2 index. So the other thing they introduced over here is a little for loop. We're not exactly covering loops yet, but we'll be covering loops in another lesson or two. I think maybe 2 lessons from now. But for right now, all you need to know is that this for loop is going to print off all the objects in the list. So for x in my list, print x. When we run all the code, it prints off 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, and 3, and then it follows the loop. And the loop also prints off 1, 2, and 3 because it prints out every item in the list. Okay, let's move on. So accessing an index which does not exist generates an exception, which is an error. So we got index 0, index 1, and index 2. If we try to print out my list index 10 doesn't exist. So Nico asks, how does x correlate to what's in the list? So this is just the way that for loops work in Python. So when you run your for loop, you can give a variable name when you do your for statement. So for x in list, print x. So this could be anything. It could be anything as long as the anything matches up. So for I in my list, print I. It could be, it's just something that you can, this is a variable that is only referenced inside the list. So for I in my list, print I for item, say. For A in my list, print A. It's just a variable that only pertains to the for list, for the for loop rather. I hope that answers the question. So this is something that I got mixed up to when I started learning about Python. But we'll learn more about this when we learn about the for loops. But hope that answers, that's sufficient for right now. Okay. So over here, print my list index 10 doesn't work. It says list index out of range. This basically means that the index doesn't exist. Okay, and then we got our exercise. So in this exercise, you will add numbers and strings to the correct list using the append list method. you must add the numbers 1 and 2 and 3 to the numbers list and the words hello and world to the strings variable. You also have to fill out this variable second name, which is a second name in the names list, using the brackets operator here, which lets you reference a specific index. Note that the index is 0 based, so if you want to access the second net in the list, its index will be 1. Okay, so let's try solving the challenge here. So it tells you exactly what you need to do. You will need to add the numbers 1, 2, and 3 to the numbers list. You need to add the words hello and world to the strings variable. And then you will need to fill in the variable second name, which is the second name in the names list. So let's go ahead and try doing that. I'll give you, so this is the script right here. After you've finished editing the script, click on submit, and it should tell you that you've successfully done it. So I'll give everybody about a minute to write their code and to try solving this themselves before I go in and try solve this. Okay? So remember, they want you to add some numbers to the numbers list. They want you to add some strings to the strings list. And they want you to define the variable over here, second name, to the second name in the names list using list indexing. And it also says write your code here. So I guess you could start writing your code here and then submit. Click on submit when you're done. So I guess what we could do is we can start solving this. So we got our numbers list. We're going to be appending stuff to the list. So we need to append 3 numbers. So numbers.append, numbers.append, and then numbers.append. So we're adding 3 numbers, the numbers 1, 2, and 3, so we can just add 1 and then 2 and then 3 with the append, and we need to add some strings to the strings list. So strings.append, we'll do that twice. So when you're doing your coding, you definitely want to do a lot of copy paste, because if you're not copying and pasting, it's gonna take longer to do this. So okay, so the 2 things we need to append to the strings. Make sure to spell everything properly, otherwise bad things will happen. Okay, hello and world. So we're gonna add hello. How do you spell that? So it's lowercase hello and lowercase world. So hello world. And we need to define the second name as the second name. So second name equals names index 2. Okay, so this should be enough to solve this. Let's click on submit. Did you fill in the second name with the second name in the names list? Names equals, second name equals names 2. Did you fill in the variable second name with the second name? Oh, the second name is actually index 1. Silly me, silly me. Silly me. Second name, this is the first name, this is the second name, this is the third name. So names index 2 is actually the third name. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, so that worked. So this this trips me up as well, because if you start counting from 0, it can get a little bit confusing. Okay, let's move on to the next thing. Okay, we have a little quiz. So in the quiz, please answer A, B, or C, A, B, C, or D. Type it in the chat. So the first question is, which of the following statements about Python lists is true? A, when printing a list, all items in the list must be printed. B, it's not possible to add items to a list after list creation. C, counting items in the list starts from 0, not 1. Or D, items in a list cannot be changed after they've been added. So which one is true? Type A, B, C, or D, and let us know in the chat. Okay, we'll answer the question in 3, 2, 1. Okay, XR in chat has it correct. Counting items in the list starts from 0, not 1. This is something I got wrong just now. And Seal, nice to see you here. The answer is C. Okay, next question. So question 2. Which of the following code will add a string item apple to a list names fruits? So which of the following code is going to add the string item apple to a list names fruits? So A, fruits plus item dot add apple, fruits dot append apple, fruits plus apple, none of the above. Okay, we got some answers coming in. Treshawn and XR and Nico and Seal all answer, well, most of you answer B, and Seal answers none of the above, but the answer is actually B, fruits.append apple. So this adds a string item, apple, to the fruits list. So fruits.append apple, this is how we add things to the list. Okay, so let's move on to the next part of the lesson, which is basic operators. So in programming terms, operators are used to perform an operation on a piece of data. So if you know mathematics, you know all sorts of operators. So the addition operator, the subtraction operator, the multiplication operator, etc. So basic operators. In this lesson, we'll be learning about basic arithmetic operators, which are used for mathematical addition, subtraction, division, multiplication, and a couple others. So, okay, Seal asks, there is no equals sign and necessary to declare. Are we talking about lists, or are we talking about basic operators right now, Seal? Okay, so let's talk about this. So Python uses the following operators or symbols for basic arithmetic in the list. So when we're adding things to the list, we don't need to use the equal sign. We just need to use the method. So the method is already includes a way to put in an item. So the item is going to be whatever we put between the parentheses here. We don't need to use the equal sign to declare in this case. Okay, so Python uses these symbols for basic arithmetic. So we got the plus symbol for addition, subtraction is the minus symbol, multiplication is the star, division is the slash, and exponentiation is the double star. So for example, we got these over here, so x plus y, x minus y, x times y, x divided by y, and x exponentiated by y. So in arithmetic, the arithmetic operations will follow the PEMDAS order of operations. So if this is what I learned in school, there are a couple of different methods when we talk about, but when I was in school, we learned about this word right here called PEMDAS. So PEMDAS stands for parentheses, exponents, multiplication, division, addition, and subtraction. So this is the order in which we do the mathematical operations. So first everything in parentheses is resolved, then all the exponents are resolved, then multiplication, division, addition, and subtraction last. Treshawn says, is factorial considered an operator? So factorial, that's a good question, and I am not a person who's very big into math, but in Python, is factoring considered an operation? So factorial, so this is not exactly, let's see. Operators are special symbols. So I guess this isn't a basic operator. I guess it would be a a little bit more complicated, but we're just talking about basic mathematical operators. Okay, so in summary, all operations enclosed in parentheses are performed first, then all exponent operations are resolved, followed by multiplication, division, addition, and subtraction operations at the end. So given the following equation in Python syntax, so the first thing that happens is, so we got this equation right here, so 4 divided by 2 times 2 exponentiated to the second power divided by 4 plus 2 minus 4. So the first thing that happens is everything in parentheses is performed, and then the exponent operation is performed, and then the multiplication is resolved, and then etc. etc. So if we were to plug this into Python, and here I'll just provide it to everybody in chat. So fourth, the division is resolved, and then finally the addition is resolved. No, the addition is resolved, and then finally the subtraction is resolved, which sets our final result to 0. So, I mean, I am not good at math, but if we plug this into Python, we should get the same result, which in this case should be 0. So if we go over to our online Python here, and let's just call this equation. Equation equals this. If we print this out, this should result in 0. So we run this, and it gives us 0.0. Okay, so the great thing about computers is that they can do math for us, and that's great. Okay, let's continue. So one of the other basic operations we learn about in Python is the modulo. So a common operator used in programming is the modulo operator, which is represented by the % sign here. So a modulo operation returns the remainder after one number is divided by another, and the resulting number after the modulo operation is called the modulus. So when we modulo something, the result is the modulus. So this is this only returns the remainder after the division is done. So 5 divided by 2 is 2 remainder 1. So when we do the modulo operation, the modulus is 1. So 8 divided by 5 is 1 remainder 3. So 3 is the modulus after you modulo 8 by 5. Okay, so a typical use for the modulo operation is to determine whether a number is even or odd by performing a modulo operation on it with the number 2. If the result is 1, then the number is odd, and if the number is 0, then the number is even. So we can illustrate this in online Python here. Okay, so we've got number equal to whatever we want, and then we'll have a variable called modulo operation. Modulo operation equals number modulo 2, and we'll print that out. So print out modulo operation. So the great thing about an IDE is that we can click on the things we've already defined. So I don't know, let's do 1. So we got the number 1. We do the modulo operation on it by 2. It should be 0 because this divides evenly into 1 divides evenly into 2. So we're in that. We got. Hold on. Okay. So if the result is 1, the number is odd, right. And if the result is 0, the number is even, right? Okay. So 1 divided by 2 is 0, and then modulo 1. What was I thinking? And if we go back here and we plug in some other numbers, so for example, if we got the number 0, then this will be 0. And if we do the number 2, then this is going to divide evenly. This is also 0, but if we put in an odd number, say 7, then we should get the number 1, like this. Okay, let us continue. Okay, so let's do our basic operators exercise. I think maybe what we should be doing is, hold on. I've got some other activities over here. Let me take a look. I just want to make sure that everything, so we got some, we'll try doing the basic operators exercise really quick. It's not super exciting, but we'll try doing this as quick as we can. Okay, so the next one is, how do we go to the next one? Just a second, everybody. Shouldn't there be a list of links on the side? Just a second, let me reload this. Here we go. Okay. Basic operators. Okay, everybody, here's the link. Okay, so this section explains how to do basic operations in Python, so arithmetic operations. So just as any other programming language, addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division operators can be used with numbers. Let's make this a little bigger. Okay, so we got number equals 1 plus 2 times 3 divided by 4. So what should this be? If we think about this, multiplication happens first. So 2 times 3 should happen first. So this is 6. And then division, so 6 divided by 4, and then plus 1. So this is 2.5. So another operator available is the module operator, which returns the integer remainder of division. Remember, the dividend modulo the divisor equals the remainder. So we got modulo here. So this is 11 modulo 3. So it should be the remainder after the division is done. So let's see. So 11 divided by 3 is 3. So that equals 9. The remainder is 2. So when we print this out, it should be 2. Okay, here we go. So using two multiplication symbols makes a power relationship. So for example, if we want to make something squared, we do 7 and then double star 2. So that's 7 squared. So 7 squared is 7 times 7, and 7 times 7 is 49. We also have cubed, which is 2 to the power of 3. So that's 2 times 2 times 2. So 2 times 2 is 4, and 4 times 2 is 8. So it should be 49 and 8. We print these off, 49 and 8. Okay. Man, I'm so glad that I'm getting to test my mathematics in front of everybody here. Okay, next one is using operators with strings. Python supports concatenating strings using the addition operator. So when we print something off, we can print strings and we can add them together. And this is going to concatenate them. This is going to basically, it's going to string all these together. So we do hello plus space plus world. When we run this, it's hello space world, just like this over here. Okay, let's move on. Python also supports multiplying strings to form a string with repeating sequences. So when we do multiplication on strings, it's going to print off the string multiple times. So it's basically, when we do hello times 10, it's the string hello multiplied by 10. So if we print it off, it's just going to be hello multiplied 10 times and then put beside each other. Okay, so using operators with lists. So lists can be joined with the addition operator. So we can add two lists together. It's basically going to print them off side by side. So we've got even numbers, we got odd numbers. These are lists. If we've defined all numbers as even numbers plus odd numbers, it's just going to concatenate these two together. It'll print off the first list and then the second list. So it's all the items in the first list, odd numbers, and then all the numbers in the even numbers list put together. So just as in strings, Python supports forming new lists with repeating sequences using the multiplication operator. So in this case, the list is going to be treated kind of like a string, and it's just going to multiply. It's going to print off the same list over and over again. So it prints off the same thing 1, 2, 3 times. Most of the time, you don't really do stuff like this. At least I haven't seen it done very much, but this is what it does when you do multiplications with lists. Okay, so the last thing we've got here is the exercise. So the target of the exercise is to create two lists called xlist and ylist, which contains 10 instances of the variables x and y, respectively. You also have to create a list called biglist, which contains the variables x and y 10 times each by concatenating the two lists that you created. So this exercise is, let me get the link if you want to try out the exercise yourself. It's a bit of a confusing exercise, but we'll try solving this together. Okay, so create two lists named xlist and ylist, which contain 10 instances of the variables x and y. So xlist is going to be x times 10, and ylist is going to be y times 10, because they want 10 instances of the variables x and y. You are required to create a list called biglist, which contains the variables x and y 10 times each by concatenating the two lists. So biglist is going to be xlist and ylist. Concatenating the two lists that you created. Do they want this to be xlist plus ylist? So biglist is xlist plus ylist, like this. Let's see if this works. Okay, we'll click on submit. Did you define the variable xlist without errors? So xlist equals, oh, never mind. Okay. Contain 10 instances of the variables x and y. So x, I guess we need to define it up here. So x equals object, y equals object. Let's just make this. So x and y, and then we'll just multiply these. So times 10 and times 10. Okay, and let's see. Let's try that. Okay, so xlist contains one object, ylist contains one object, biglist contains two objects. This exercise confuses me every time I do it. Okay, so xlist equals Anyways, I don't want to spend too much time on this exercise here, but let's move on to let's just skip the exercise and we'll move on to the next thing. Okay, so we're going to do a little quiz on the basic operators here. So which of the following methods will allow us to print a string and an integer with the same print function? We want to print a string and an integer with the same print function. So A, no special method needs to be taken to mix a string and an integer with the print function. B, the integer must be converted to a string to mix integers and strings in the print function. C, the string must be converted to an integer to mix integers and strings in a print function. Or D, you cannot print a string and an integer with print. So this is some special Python stuff. Which one is correct? The answer is B. The integer must be converted to a string to mix integers and strings in a print function. So if we go over to our Python over here, and let's see. So we got a number, and then we'll create a string. So my string will be hello world. If we wanted to print these both off with the same print function, we would have to do the integer version of, sorry, the string version of number, and then add my string. And this is going to let us, let's see, we also have to put another parentheses here. This will let us do, oh, sorry, we've got an ad running on Twitch right now. Okay, let's go ahead and put on some birds, and we'll just take a little break. We'll be back in about 60 seconds. Okay, I think we should be okay, so let's put the birds away. Let's get back to the lesson. Okay, so if we tried to print the number and the string in the same print statement, if we just tried to do it normally, it'll say unmatched. So unmatched, the number and the string cannot be printed together. But if we take the string version of number by running this function on it, which converts the number to a string, and then we run this unmatched. Oh, okay. Unmatched parentheses. That didn't work. Okay, so sorry. Okay, we're trying to print the number, the integer, and the string at the same time. Oh, no. Okay. What we should be trying to do is should be trying to concatenate these together, and that doesn't work. So unsupported operand type plus for integer and string. Langston's Entropy, hello, nice to see you here. Python core is awesome. I'm trying to teach as best I can over here, but I appreciate the compliment. Thank you, Langston's Entropy. Okay, so let's go back. So which of the following math equations will let us know if a number is even or odd? So this was, well, we covered this. Which one of these operators over here is going to let us know if a number is even or odd? So n plus 2, n exponent 2, n modulo 2, or n minus 2. So Langston's entropy says the answer is C. The answer is C. So the modulo operation is very commonly used to determine if a number is even or odd. And Seal, thank you very much. The answer is C. Okay, let's we got an extra thing over here. So the extra part over here in Python, the CHR function is used to convert numbers to their Unicode equivalents. So Unicode encoding is what lets computers turn bytes into letters and numbers for monitors and other screens. For example, if we run CHR65, if we run this function, the result will be the uppercase letter A. So what we're talking about here is we're talking about Unicode. So Unicode was originally the ASCII encoding, and if you take a look at ASCII encoding, we can take a look at a little chart, and if we take the uppercase letter A, we can see that in decimal it's the number 65, or in hex it's the number 41. So Nico asks, is this like ASCII? Yeah, so this is exactly like ASCII. Langston Entropy says, is this lesson recorded and shared later as well? Yeah, we do have a recording on YouTube. You should be able to rewind. Well, you can rewind in the live stream, and it'll also be recorded in the live streams as well. Okay, and so the CHR function. So let's see. Let's call this ASCII to decimal, and it's going to be CHR. Actually, no, it's decimal to ASCII. So it's a decimal number. It's going to be converted into an ASCII character. So CHR something. So CHR something, for example, if we got the number 65, if we print this out, it should give us the capital A, decimal to ASCII, print that out. We get the capital letter A. So if you want to take a look at the entire table, here's a link. Can I put this in a new tab? Okay. So the ASCII characters that are associated with these decimal numbers, you also see the hexadecimal numbers, the octal numbers, and the actual character that is being represented. So if we look it up on the table, we see that the number 65 is the capital number A, and 66 is the capital letter B, etc., etc. And wow, this lesson went by pretty quick. Let me see if I can sneak in like one more exercise before we go. So let's do a review exercise, and let's write a little program which asks for input on pizza toppings and puts those toppings in a list, and then prints out the list at the end of the program. So this is what we're going to do. So this is the list over here, and you can find the list. Sorry, this is the program over here. You can find the program at this link. We're just going to copy the program. We're going to try to understand how the program works, and then we're going to run the program and we'll finish the lesson. Okay, so we can go back to our online Python here, paste in the code, and this is what the program does. So print, what are some good toppings for pizza? So we're just going to print out this message, and then we're going to initialize a list. So the list here is the topping list. This is a list, and it's an empty list. So we're going to run the append function, and the append function is going to add this thing to the list. It's going to add the input And the input question is going to be input the first topping. And then we're going to input the topping, and then we're going to do it again and again. We're going to have 3 toppings in our list. And each time we type in the input, it's going to append this item to the list. Then finally, we're going to print, these are the pizza toppings, and then we're going to print the topping list and then print bon appetit. So when we run the program, it's going to do input your first topping. What are some good toppings for pizza? I don't know. So let's just say mushrooms. Okay, and then input your second topping. Let's say tomatoes. And input your third topping. So let's just say the third topping is going to be pepperoni. Okay, these are the pizza toppings, and then prints out the list: mushrooms, tomatoes, pepperoni. Bon appetit. Seal says pepperoni. Yep, we think alike. So pepperoni, this is how you spell it, right? Sometimes I doubt myself. I'm pretty sure it's got 2 P's. But this is a little program. It uses some of the stuff we learned in today's lesson. So we got a list, and then we append to the list, and then we print out the list. Mello says, live from Cameroon. Hey, thank you very much. Nice to see you. And Langston's Entropy, I'm sorry, I missed your message. Super sticker, thank you very much. Pear character dancing under the rain of confetti and taking his hat off to say you are amazing. Thank you very much, Langston's Entropy. You know what? Let's give you a video redeem. How about some frog song? Thank you very much, Langston's Entropy. Okay, so let's do a little review of what we learned today. So we learned about lists. Which are variables with 1 or more items associated with them. Items in the list can be referenced by a process called list indexing. So we can reference the index 0 or the index 1 or the index 2. And we learned about basic operators, which are used to perform arithmetic operations. And what are we learning next? In the next HackerFrogs After School programming workshop, we'll continue learning Python with the learnpython.org website. And what are we going to be doing in the next workshop? We're going to be learning about C-style string formatting. We're going to be learning about string methods, and we're going to be learning about string splicing. So we're going to be doing all sorts of things with the strings. And thank you very much for subscribing the Fullcom Tech. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. All right, let's move on to the next part of today's stream. All right, so what are we doing next? So we're now doing topic number 3. And topic number 3 is we're going to be doing some web app demos. And the next topic we're going to be doing after that is we're going to be doing a Linux challenge on the Vulnyx website. Okay, let's put 60 minutes on the clock and let's get on with the demonstration. So everybody, we're going to be doing some... Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Vim Diesel, that's some Linux humor right there. Okay, so if you don't know, the Natas CTF labs from OverTheWire.org, they're a very popular set of exercises that teach about web app security stuff. So if you want to know more about the OverTheWire Natas labs, you can go over to this link over here, and we're going to be doing a demonstration of levels 13 to 15 today, which are a little bit more advanced than some other ones. But if you have any questions about the type of hacks that we're doing during the demonstration, let us know, and we'll try to explain it the best we can. Okay, so let's see. So before we do this, let me grab my notes. So if you want to take a look at the documents that we're using to solve these challenges, you can find them over here, over at the HackerFrog GitHub. So we're going to be starting with level number 13, and we're going to be logging in with this username and this password. Let me go ahead. Well, okay. Let me log in, and then we'll do our introduction for the lab. So we're doing Natas level 13. This is the password. Okay, so everybody, if you want to join in along with us and solve these labs, here's the link for the lab, and I'll get the password for everybody as well. So when that asks you to log in with a specific username and password, the username is Natas13 and the password is what I'm typing out in chat. Okay. All right, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for Natas level 13 from the Natas CTF labs on OverTheWire.org. So what is going on this web app here? It says for security reasons, we now only accept image files. So we're dealing with a vulnerable file upload scenario here. And let's talk a little bit about what's happening here. So we're talking about file upload attacks. So this is Natas level 13, not 12, but the same thing is happening. So what are file upload attacks? So file upload attacks are a type of web app hack where malicious files can be uploaded to a web server and then accessed on the web app, executing the code within the uploaded malicious files. So in order to perform a file upload attack, there are 3 conditions that must be met. So number 1 is there must be a way to upload files to the web accessible location via a web app or another service. So that could be FTP or SMB, but most of the time it's within the web app itself. So the second condition is the upload location must be known to us. So if we upload a malicious file, but we don't know where it was uploaded to, it's not something that we can abuse. And number 3, the app must be able to execute code, for example, PHP or ASP. In this case, this application runs PHP. So the app lets you upload files, and a lot of apps only let you upload files of a certain type. In this case, we're talking about picture files. So the second condition that we need to meet is the code execution condition. So file upload attacks will not work unless the web application executes the code in files. So PHP is a classic example, and web apps that host PHP files are a good indicator that an app is vulnerable. And the last condition is the known upload location condition. So the last condition of the file upload attack is the ability to access the malicious file you upload to the application. So this app explicitly lets us know where the upload files are located in the app. So let's go ahead and solve Natas level 13, which is the same app but with a filter on it. So this app works very similar to the one in the last level, except that it checks that the file type before uploading using the exif image type function. So if we go over to the application here, there's a link where we can see the source code that was used to create the app. So if we put this in another window, we're going to see here the PHP code that is used to run this web application. So this is basically a function that creates a random name and assigns it to whatever we upload, and it creates a random directory path. And we see here that it's checking to see if the file that we upload is an image by checking the magic bytes of the file or the file header to make sure that it fits the file header of an image file. So how does this work? Let's do a little demonstration. So let me take a look at my notes. So in the notes here, it says that there is a JPEG file over here on our Kali Linux machine, and we're just going to move into the temporary directory and download, and we're going to move that file into our current directory. Actually, we're going to copy it. Okay, so we have a sample file that we're going to upload, and it's very small. Okay. So we're just going to select this file over here to upload, and we're going to upload the file. When we upload the file, we see that it tells us exactly where it's been uploaded to, and we can access it. So this is actually a very small JPEG file. It's just a couple of pixels over here. So to solve the level, we're actually going to be using a tool called Burp Suite. And Burp Suite is a tool that we can use to what is the word? To repeat web requests. Burp Suite is a very common web app security tool. And in this case, we're going to be using it to intercept web requests and replay them. So after we set up Burp Suite, we can go over to the proxy, and in the web proxy, we can open up the Burp Suite browser. The Burp Suite browser is a web browser which is connected to Burp Suite. Langston Entropy says, why PHP is still used is a mystery to me. I mean, the reason why it's still used is that we've been using it for decades, and no language fully goes away is one of the reasons why people still use PHP. Okay, so what we're going to do inside of Burp Suite is we're going to load up the Natas 13 web page. So this is the Burp Suite browser. It is connected to Burp Suite. Everything inside of Burp Suite, everything that is recorded by the browser is going to be recorded in Burp Suite. So Natas 13 is the username. The password is here. Let me grab that. Sick in the Mind. Hello, nice to see you here. Sick in the Mind says, there's still some decently large enterprise platforms still built on PHP. Langston Entropy says, this is Burp Suite Community Edition, right? Yeah, this is Burp Suite Community Edition. I don't have the money to pay for a per license. But, okay, so we log in, and we're just going to simulate the legitimate file upload. We're going to upload this 2x2 JPEG file. Click on Upload File, and we see that it's been uploaded. We also know where it is. Langston's Entropy says, me neither, too expensive. I don't know how much Burp Suite Professional is right now, but the last time I checked it was $400 US for a 1-year license. Oh, okay. So it's gone up by about $50. So it's $449 now. Okay, so what we can do is we can go over to Burp Suite and we can take a look at that web request that we used to upload the file. So we see here it's the post request to Natas 13. We can click on that. And what we're going to do is we're going to put this in the repeater tool. So we right click and then we select send to repeater. So this request over here that posts the picture file to the web application is now going to be in the repeater tab here, and we can see all of the information that was used to send the request. In this case, the application is checking to see if what we send is a picture file by doing this function right here. Where is it? Exif image type, and this is a PHP function. So the PHP function, it checks to see if the image type being sent by the web request says that it is an image. And if we go over to our Burp Suite, this is where we indicate that this is an image JPEG. So content type image JPEG in the request. it's also checking the header. So it's checking to see that if the first few bytes of the content contain these magic bytes. Langston Entropy says, too much money, but is it worth it? I mean, it's probably worth it if you do web app security for a living. I don't know if it's worth it if you're just doing web app security as a hobby, but most professionals who do web app security testing absolutely have a license for the pro version of Burp Suite. Okay, so what we can do here is we can go in and we can delete everything after the magic bytes that is the file header for the JPEG image. So we're just going to go in, edit the requests so that everything after the magic bytes is blank. And what we're going to do is we're going to put in some PHP code in the file contents. So the PHP code we're going to put in is over here. And the PHP code is going to print off the password for the next level for us. So we're currently working on Natas level 13. Let me illustrate what the payload is in PHP. Okay. So we're running some PHP code in our malicious file. We've got our PHP tags over here, and we're going to run an echo command in PHP, and we're going to echo out the output of file get contents, this function inside of PHP. And we're going to get the contents of a file on the server called etc. Natas webpass Natas 14. Voidrick, hello, nice to see you here. Sorry I haven't been keeping up with chat. Hello, hello. Sick in the Mind says, it's worth it if you want to get Burp Suite certified practitioner and understand how it works. However, Web App Security Testing Guide is a free resource to build a methodology around. However, Burp Suite Pro is really great at identifying low-hanging fruit. So there are two tools that I would say that are quote unquote worth it to get Burp Suite Pro. And the first one is unlimited use of the intruder tool, which is basically doing your brute force attacks. And the other one is the Burp Suite scanner. The Burp Suite scanner lets you know it's a programmatic way to scan web applications to tell you about potential vulnerabilities. All you need to do is basically point the web app scanner at a website, and it should be able to identify, well, it'll do its best to identify web app security problems with that application. Voidrick says, bro, what are you doing? And what we're doing right now is we're doing some web app security lessons over at the Natas CTF lab. So if you want to take a look at the level we're doing right now, this is it right over here. So let's see. What were we doing? Okay, so this is the payload we're going to include in our malicious file upload. And this is going to print out the password for the next level for us. We're just going to copy that. We're going to go back to our Burp Suite. In Burp Suite, we're going to include the file header here. We're going to paste in the malicious PHP code. And we need to change the file extension for this. So the file extension is over here. It is this random string here, .jpeg. This isn't going to work unless the file we upload has the PHP file extension. So we're going to change the JPEG file extension to PHP, and then we're going to send this. We're going to send this payload off. We're going to send the request, and in the response, we get 200 OK. If we take a look at the render view, this is what it says. So the file upload / the file name over here has been uploaded. If we go back to our pretty format, we can grab the file location to which the file was uploaded. We're going to copy that. We're going to go back to the Burp Suite browser. We're going to navigate to this page. and we see that this is the password for the next level. So the reason why there's this garbage at the front is because this is the file header for the file we uploaded, but we also have the password, which is the PHP payload which was executed, which prints out the password for the next level. So we're just going to grab this. So Natas 14, this is the password. So Sick in the Mind says, you absolutely don't require a collaborator server, but if you have the ability to capture all those data points that the collaborator can, it's an amazing feature to identify blind issues, identify and hack, okay? And just make sure you know how to interpret collaborator results. There are some guys that pen tested our public-facing Kali Apache server. They didn't pay attention to what it displayed, but recorded a remote HTTP interaction and called it remote code execution. Yeah, those aren't exactly the same thing. I set up Apache to capture and spam the lyrics to Rick Astley's Never Gonna Give You Up to the collaborator service provided from Burp Suite Pro. Langston Century says, I mostly do math and C, but I like to learn about cybersecurity. Probably the company's cybersecurity specialists work by the licenses for the engineers. It is too much money for personal use, but yeah, if you want to, code is in GitHub if you want it. You know, Second in Mind, if you want to drop your link, that's fine. Oh, we've got ads running right now. Okay, everybody, we're going to take a little break for the ads. But in the meantime, check out these birds. All right, we'll be back in about 60 seconds. Just going to have a little water break. All right, we'll be back in about 20 seconds. Just need to wait for the ads to run out. If anybody was wondering what these birds are, these are stellar jays. So they're kind of like blue jays, except they're the West Coast version of the blue jay. Let's put the birds away and get back to the hacking. So Sick in the Mind, if you're still here, if you want to drop your GitHub code, you're very welcome to do that. Langston Century asks, "Are these really your birds?" Yeah, this is security. This is security camera footage, and I use it to watch the birds eat eat peanuts. So this is absolutely stuff from my neighborhood. Okay, so let's go back. What we're going to do is we're going to, oh, I need to finish off this level. All right, everybody. So this was a guided walkthrough for Natas level 13 from the Natas CTF game on OverTheWire.org. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, we're not leaving. It's just something I have to say for YouTube. But Sick in the Mind has has provided their GitHub for providing the troll PHP code. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to the next level. So the next level is level number 14. We're dealing with something new here, and we're going to be talking about SQL injection. So we'll explain SQL injection in just a little bit. Let's log into the level first. Okay, we're doing level number 14. Okay, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for level number 14 from the Natas CTF labs over at the OverTheWire.org website. Let's get into the action. So when we arrive at Natas level 14, we see here that we have a web application. We've got username and password. We don't know what the username and password we need to use to log in is. So we can type in test, password test, log in, access denied. Okay, so the thing is that we have source code that we can look at, and when we take a look at the source code, we can take a look at the PHP code that was used to write the app. So we've got some PHP. So we know that this is PHP because we've got our special PHP tags over here. So bracket question mark PHP, and then to end the code, question mark bracket. What is going on here? So this is making a database request. So if array key exists, username request, then it's going to log into the SQL database, and it's going to check to see if the username and password combination that is sent by the application is valid inside of the database table. If it is, then it's going to echo successful login. The password for Natas 15 is something. Otherwise, it's going to output access denied. So let's talk about what exactly we're going to be doing to compromise the application in this case. So this is Natas level 14. We're doing SQL injection login bypass. So this application references a database. If the user input for the database username and password, if the user input for username and password matches an entry in the database, then the password is revealed. So there are no protections in this code against SQL injection, which means that we can input database commands through the user input. So whatever the user provides the application is injected directly into the SQL statement here. So the SQL statement, select star from usernames where username equals your user input. So this is very bad from a security standpoint. So there is a well-known SQL injection that returns a true statement. So the thing we have to understand about this code is that if the number of columns that is returned from whatever statement that we provide is greater than 0, basically looking up an entry in the database, then we're going to be able to see the password for the next level. What we need to do is we need to provide a true statement to the application in order to get any sort of entries from the statement and then get the password. Where are we? So there's a well-known SQL injection that returns a true statement. It makes use of the SQL OR keyword to create an artificial true statement. So the heavy lifting is being done by the OR keyword in this injection payload. What we do is we provide a true statement. In this case, 1 equals 1 is a true statement in SQL. And we're also going to provide these quotes here to close out the statement that is being done initially. And we're going to omit everything that comes afterwards in the statement with this code over here. Okay, so let's demonstrate what this looks like in our statement. So the statement is going to be select star from users where username equals nothing, because we put in this over here. So it's just going to be an empty string. And then the rest of the statement is going to be or 1 equals 1. So it's going to be username equals nothing or 1 equals 1. So the or statement means that 1 equals 1 is going to be true, and it's going to let you be able to see every entry in the table. The rest of the payload is going to comment out the rest of the code, and the rest of the code is this portion here. and password equals something something. So we're going to omit the password when we give the payload here. Okay, so in the application, we're going to give the SQL injection payload. It's going to be double quote or 1 equals 1, then comment out the rest of the code. The password, it doesn't matter what the password is because that portion of the statement is not going to be returned. When we click on login, it's going to log us in because we were able to create this true statement for the application. So successful login, the password for Natas 15 is this. So this is the password to the next level, and we're finished. Okay, so everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for Natas Level 14 from the Natas CTF Labs from OverTheWire.org. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. We're not leaving, everybody. We just need to say HackerFrogs out at the end of the videos that we're creating over here. We're going to do one more level before we finish our demonstration. Okay, so this is Natas level 15. Let me log in. So Natas 15 is the username. The password is, let me grab the password. Okay, and then paste in the password. Okay, so this is kind of similar to the previous level, except that the only thing that the application is going to tell us is if a username exists in the table or not. Okay, let me there's a little bit of explanation that we need to do, but let me do my introduction first. But before I do my introduction, let me grab my notes because I'm going to need my notes to finish the level. Okay. Let's start. All right, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for Natas Level 15 from the Natas CTF Labs from OverTheWire.org. Langston's entropy says, how does getting through the username return the password? Does it work like this in real life also? So the reason why the SQL database reveals the password, well, okay, let's go back. We'll go back here for just a second. The reason why this works is because it was coded this way. So the SQL statement is here. What we need to do in the code is to return a number of rows that is above 0. If we return a number of rows that is above 0, then it is going to give us the password. That's the way the application works. So the reason why it works is because we bypass the login sequence here by providing a true statement. The SQL statement is going to log you in if you supply a true statement. Usually the true statement is a valid username and password pair, but if you give the injection that bypasses the username portion and instead just does 1 equals 1, then it's going to be true because 1 equals 1 is the true statement that we supply. The password portion we don't need because in the password payload, in the SQL payload, we also omit the rest of the statement. So we omit this statement, and the only part of the statement is select star from usernames where username equals blank username or 1 equals 1, which is going to give us the true statement that logs us in. It's a single query entry now. Okay, no problem. Let's go ahead and go back to the level that we're working on, which is 15. Okay, so in this level, what we have an application that checks the username. So for example, if we do username test, check existence, this user does not exist. So what we want is we want the we want the password for the next level, and the next level's user is Natas16. So if we type in Natas16 and then check existence, it says this user exists. And thank you very much for the super sticker, Langston's Entropy. Pear bowing down and saying thank you. Thank you very much. I very much appreciate that. Okay, let's go back. Okay, so in the source code, and we do have source code for how the application is coded, we're going to see over here that, first of all, it tells us what is in the database. It says create table users, username, 64 characters, default null, password. Well, var character is 64. This is the maximum number of characters. This isn't how long the usernames and passwords are actually going to be, but the maximum number that you can input in this table is 64. So we know that there's a table called users, and we know that there's a username column, and there's a password column. This is very important for the injection we're going to be doing. So we're going to see here that it's going to do an SQL query, select star from usernames where username equals something, and that's it. So select from usernames where username equals something. If the number of rows that is returned is greater than 0, it says this user exists. Otherwise, it says this user doesn't exist. So the only thing we can get from the application is whether or not a user exists in the system. So what we're going to do in this case is we're going to use that true or false output from the application to do an SQL injection attack. And let's talk about how we do that. So this is Natas level 15. And in this level, we're doing SQL injection, Boolean injection. So Boolean injection, we'll talk about what that does. The application takes in user input and compares it against usernames in the database. If the name exists, it outputs this user exists. So we can abuse this code to enumerate other data from the database by feeding the application true and false statements. So this method of SQL injection is called Boolean, or true or false, injection. So when we do, because the application isn't filtering against SQL injection, we can basically put in SQL statements and SQL code in our user input. And we can check for an additional column, that is the password, and check if the first character is the letter A or the letter B, etc., etc. And if it is, then the statement should return true. So this is, for example, if we do this payload, and what this does is it runs the substring function looking for the password column, the first character, starting at the first character and ending at the first character, and checking for the letter A. And like the previous level, we also comment out the rest of the query. If we go over to the application and try this out, so Natas16 and substring password, etc., etc., checking for the letter A. This is going to say the user doesn't exist if the first character in the password is not A. So check existence, the user doesn't exist. So remember that if we just send Natas16 and check for this user, it says this user exists. So what we want to do is we want to send a payload. Let me get the payload. What we want to do is we want to check each one of these letters until we actually hit a match, which is going to say that this user exists. So if this is, we can do this letter by letter. We can check B, we can check C. I'm pretty sure that the first character for this password is the letter H. This user exists. So we know that the first character in the password is the letter H. So what we would do from here is we would check password substring starting at 1, ending at 2, and then we check HA. are the first two characters of the password HA. This user does not exist. So this is, we could do this manually, and if we do this manually, we could be at this for hours and hours. Let's talk a little bit more about this. So we determined that if we determine that the first character is A, then we can check if the next character is B, etc., until the entire password is found. So the problem here is that the password is actually 32 characters long because all the other passwords for these levels are 32 characters long, and we don't have the patience to do this manually. So what we're going to do is we're going to use a script, a Python script, to automate this process. So we can use the following script to brute force the password. So we're just going to grab the Python script here. And if you're wondering what the Python script is, you can find it over at this link. I'm going to copy the script. And before we run the script, we'll go over what the script does. So let's see. We'll call this natas15.py. Paste in the script. And what are we doing inside this Python code? So we use the requests module. We use the string module. We define our variables. We've got our URL that we're contacting. We've got our username that we're logging in as and our password. So Langston's entry says, what about different language alphabets? Like maybe they use Greek letters for the password. I mean, it's a bit advanced for what we're doing right now, but you could use whatever characters you want as part of the characters that you're checking for, and you basically put those in a big list of characters to try the password for. Sick of the Mind says, also in a real engagement, you never want to completely push it manually. Without having to document it. It's better to automate it and provide your clients with something they can easily reproduce without needing to reinvent the wheel. Yeah, I mean, doing it in a script also makes it, well, it makes it easier on you, but it also makes it, if you're providing this to a client, it's also something you can give to the client so they can reproduce it. Exactly like what Sick in the Mind says. Okay, so the next thing we do is we need to provide a list of characters to test, all numbers and letters. In this case, we're going to use the string module to use all the ASCII letters and all the digits. So these are the characters we're checking against. Okay, and then storage for the extracted password, we're going to initialize a string for the extracted password, which starts empty, but we're going to start populating it. We create a session, which we're going to be connecting to, and then we're going to do our SQL injection. So we're going to print off a message, starting password extraction. We're going to run a bunch of for loops. So for position and range, 1 to 33. So we've got 32 characters in the password. We're going to search for each one of these characters. We're going to use this payload, username equals natas16 and substring. It's basically the same SQL injection that we did manually, but in this case, we're doing it in a script. So if we receive this user exists, then we're going to move on to the next character, and we're going to add the letter that we found to the extracted password. So finally, if it's able to find all 32 characters, it's going to print out complete password is this. So let's go ahead and save out the script, and we'll run the script. So run Python natas15.py. So starting password extraction, it's going through, and after it finds each one of these letters, it's going to move on to the next position and find the next character. So this should run through in about a minute or so. So we're just going to wait until it finishes up with the with the Boolean SQL injection. So I'm pretty sure if you wanted to use automated tools to do this challenge, like SQL map, you probably could. In this case, the Python script is a pretty elegant way to solve the problem here. So we're on character 15 out of 32. We'll just wait it out. And you know what? Let me put on some music. TechieNut asks, where can I find this Python script? Yeah, you can find it on the GitHub page over here. Langston's Entropy says, now I see why hackers love Python so much. Python's it's a pretty handy language for getting scripts like this up and running. You can workshop them very quickly as well. Okay, let's play some music from this game. Okay, character number 29. We only have a couple more to go. And we get the complete password. So if for some reason we didn't know the length of the password, we would write in the script that if it wasn't able to get any characters from the password, then it stops. But in this case, we know that the password is 32 characters, and this is the password for the next level. Okay, everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for level number 15 from the Natas CTF game from OverTheWire.org. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. We're not ending stream right now. We just need to say stuff like that for our YouTube videos that we need to record for later. But anyways, yeah, I hope you learned some fun stuff about how to do web app hacking during today's demonstration. We're going to be moving on to our challenge portion in just a bit. So Broop asks, you already predetermined how many characters were in the password. What if you didn't know how many characters there were? Yeah, I just talked about that question. So we know that there are 32 characters from the previous levels. What we would do is we wouldn't predetermine the number of positions in the for loop here. Instead, we would leave it open-ended, and if it ran through all of the characters and wasn't able to find a match, then it would come to the conclusion that there were no more characters in the password, and then would break out of the loop and report what characters it was able to find. So Sick in the Mind says, this is why password complexity is always recommended. In this case, the characters are predetermined by the game / puzzles. So most of the time when you're talking about what's in your list that you're checking against when you're doing these kind of password attacks, you would do all lowercase letters, all uppercase letters, all all numbers, all special characters. And I suppose you could also, if this doesn't work, you would expand it to all Unicode characters, but that expands the list of characters to look for by a lot, and it makes it much slower to do your brute force attack. Most of the time, the acceptable characters in the password are all going to fall under this list of characters here. This payload is already very noisy. It is very noisy, but most of the time when you're doing these CTF exercises, you don't have to worry about it. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to shift into our free hacking portion for today's stream. And you know what? Before we do that, let me shut down some of this stuff. Time is it? Okay, it's almost time to do that part of the stream anyways. Okay, before we get started, I noticed that we're in we're in the home directory, and I don't like working in the home directory because I want everything to disappear after I'm finished with it. Xmetric says in before hacks, and Xmetric says what? I'm not too sure what you're referring to. Elathora, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Let's give you a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it.
Okay, so Xmetric says you you can only code in home utemp or home. Why not fire up a Kali VM nest even? With Langston's Entropy, this is a Kali VM. So I'm working with a Windows host, and what you see on the screen is my Kali Linux VM. And what we're doing today is we're going to be, well, let me change up my overlays. Okay, we're doing the YourWAF challenge over at Vulnyx. And you know what? I saw here that this challenge is created by Lenum, and Lenum is a Spanish-speaking challenge creator, and they stopped by the stream once. All of Lenum's challenges that I've seen so far are they were very interesting, and I'm looking forward to doing this challenge here. If you want to do this challenge yourself, what you'd do is you would go over to this website, vulnyx.com, and then you would download the virtual machine here. Download the virtual machine, deploy it onto your virtual machine network, and then you can do hacking against it. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch right now. So let's go ahead and run our ads. Sorry, we're running the ads already. I'm going to put on the birds, and we're going to take a little break. Okay, so this is the Stellars J having fun with peanuts. We'll be back in about 40 seconds. Just need to have a little water break. Langston's Entropy says Hyper-V is pretty good too. I mean, I don't use Hyper-V myself, but I do use VirtualBox. So I use VirtualBox for all of my virtualization needs. And let me power up the machine. So I've got the machine spinning up over in VirtualBox. So after it's done deploying, I'll be able to do my hacking against it. And you know what? I need to put on a little timer. We'll do 90 minutes, and we'll see where we're at after we've been hacking against this for 90 minutes. So this is a hacking challenge I've never seen before. So we're gonna be doing we're gonna hack against it. We're gonna see if we're able to finish the challenge by getting the highest level of access on it. And to do that, we need to know the IP address. So the IP address, we see it here. It's 192, etc., etc. Let me copy that down. Langston's Entropy says, I prefer QEMU and KVM. I mean, everybody's got their favorites. Whatever works for you is usually the best one. Okay, so the first thing we do when we start one of these challenges, I've got the virtual machine running on the same network that the Kali VM is running on. We're going to run an nmap scan. So the nmap scan is going to let us know what ports and services are available on this particular remote server. And we're just going to run it with the following parameters. So we're going to see very verbose output from the program. We're going to scan all the ports. We're going to scan for versioning information and run common scripts on whatever we find, and we're going to run it kind of fast, but not too fast. We start the scan, the nmap scan. It'll tell us what ports are open on the system. So we got port 80, we got port 22, and we got port 3000. So 3000 is a little bit unusual, but port 80 is the common port for unencrypted web pages, and port 22 is the common port for the SSH service, which is remote login. Thank you very much for following System Crack. System Crack, that's a great username. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about a Nyan Cat? Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we've got 3 ports reportedly open that we found through Nmap. Most of the time, it's not very fruitful to start attacking SSH if you don't have other information, especially since this is this looks like a modern version of SSH, or like an up-to-date version. So 9.2, and we also have the Apache server. Sometimes the Apache server is directly attackable on port 80, but this looks like a pretty up-to-date version of Apache server as well. But we could take a look at 403 Forbidden. That doesn't bode well. Okay, we've also got port 3000, which is also running an HTTP server. It says it's noting Node.js. So Node.js is a JavaScript web server. So we could go over to port 3000 to see what's going on there. I kind of feel like going over to the web page on port 80. Alethora says, "Are you attacking a server?" Well, we're not attacking it. Well, I mean, the goal is to attack it. Yeah. The exercise is to attack the server and gain control of it. So we got port 80. We've got our IP address. We could start doing some automated scans before we manually inspect the web page. So I'm just going to go over to another tab. We'll run derb to try to see if we can get some quick hits. Oh, look. There's all sorts of interesting stuff that could be here. But you know what? Let's go ahead and manually inspect the server. Let me get rid of some of these tabs, because if I've got too many tabs open, it bothers me a bit. Langston's Entropy says, Node.js is very open to heap overflows with C++ because of the V8 engine. That's good to know. I don't do very much testing against Node.js, but every once in a while. Okay, let's go ahead and check out the server. Okay, so we see here that we've been redirected to a domain. So the domain is YourWAF.Nix. So what we're going to do is we're going to add this domain to our etc host file so we can resolve it properly. Okay, so so this domain here, YourWAF.Nix, we're going to associate it with a specific IP address. So the IP address is, where is it? This one. So now when we resolve this domain, YourWAF.Nix, it's going to resolve to this IP address, and this will let us see the web page the way it was originally intended to be seen. Okay, let's go over to YourWAF. Did I spell that incorrectly? Oh, it has to be www dot. Or does it? It has to be www.yourwaf.next. Okay. Silly me. Gotta go back. Okay. Let's try that again. Okay, your favorite WAF, Web Application Firewall, mod security. Mod security, something something firewalls. Okay. Alright, so this is in Spanish, but that's okay. What we're going to be doing is we're not going to be referring to the web server as the IP address, we're just going to use the domain name instead. And let's try running derb. And we'll see if we get some different results if we run it against the domain instead. Ah, okay. This is a lot of weird looking output, but it's all code 403. Oh, is this all forbidden? 403 is forbidden. Okay, so if the application might be filtering because there's a web application firewall. So there's a web application firewall. It only lets us see certain parts of the server. I've run into this kind of problem before. And let me see if I can look up a write-up that I did for another challenge. So I think it was Docker Labs. I think it was called Forbidden Hack. Xmetric says, literally never in the wild. I'm not too sure what you're referring to. Which in this case is 90% of security streams. Second the Mind says, it took about 15 years to really become a professional at what I'm doing. That's, I mean, there's probably quite the story there. Okay, so let me look up... Hold on. Okay, I've got my notes for another machine that I did, which threw up 403 responses for everything. And let's see. When scanning websites where all the responses return 403, there are a few different methods to employ. Okay, we have an article that talks about this kind of thing. And let's take a look at the article. So bypassing 403 forbidden, a realistic approach. I'm not exactly sure that we need to do this yet, but we'll keep this in the back of our mind. And we'll try doing another scan. We'll try doing some GoBuster. Ooh, I forget what the syntax was for GoBuster. Oh, we could also try some FerrixBuster. I don't think FerrixBuster is installed on my box right now, but let's install it. It's a pretty good directory busting tool, which we can use to enumerate stuff on the web server. Xmetric says, it's funny how the color of your hat determines the number of zeros in your checks. Second in Mind says, it's kind of funny how I see bogus ads about companies wanting to turn people into cybersecurity experts in 1 year. Xmetric says they're not bogus, they're just hyper unrealistic. Brendan Leva says, GoBuster directory U. We're not going to be using GoBuster this time. Although you could use GoBuster, I'm going to be using FerrixBuster instead, because that's what's in my notes. They use the term expert extremely loosely. Loosey-goosey. Okay, let's try using some FerrixBuster on this website. So it's www.YourWAF.Nix. Okay. Alithoris says experience is not knowledge. Experience is not knowledge. What are we talking about here? Xmetric says just saying white hat pays good, red hat pays better, but black hat you stop talking about the earnings. Second Mind says you can go with the Kali root with the simple derb. Kali roots with a simple derb, yeah, okay. Xmetric says I should start a stream where I focus on nothing more than customizing Kali Linux and changing the default shell and prompt. I'd watch it. Why not? Okay, so we see a bunch of 301 responses. We see some 200 responses. Maybe we don't need to deal with a lot of forbidden stuff here yet. Okay, so what do we got? So this is index.php. We have a JavaScript directory, a JS directory, and a CSS directory. We got an assets directory, a CSS directory, a JS directory. You know what? Another thing what I should do is I should probably check out the server on port 3000. Let's try 3000. Unauthorized. So it just says unauthorized. And you know what? Another thing we could do is we could go over to... We can just try using curl and see if there's... So it just gives us unauthorized. We don't know what we need to do to be authorized in this case. Langston's Entropy says, I want to start a junior dev job as my first this January. Hope I don't seem dumb there. I'm not very experienced. Assets directory, events folder. That seems kind of interesting. In a junior dev role, nobody is expecting an expert. Well, I mean, you're probably better off at a larger company. If you work for a larger company and you're working in a junior role, they're not going to expect as much from you. I find that the real stress comes from working for very small companies, startups, because they expect you to do everything because they don't have very many people to do it. So assets, CSS, let's try the assets directory. Forbidden. You don't have... So are these actually forbidden then? You don't have permission to access this resource. And let's try the other directories. So the CSS directory, the JS directory. Is this all going to return 403 forbidden? Sick of the Mind says, if I could part you with any knowledge, even a fool is considered wise until he opens his mouth. It's better to ask questions when you don't feel confident in the requested deliverables. Okay, so it looks like we are actually dealing with an application that throws 403 forbidden for everything. Okay, so in this case, let's take a look at bypassing 403 of realistic approach, this little article. During a recent security assessment, I encountered a 403 forbidden response while trying to access a restricted web page. By leveraging HTTP method manipulation, I was able to bypass the restriction and gain access. Langston says, I did an internship at a large company. They offered me a position. I will drop non-software related school at the end of the semester and start working. I mean, good luck. Good luck with that endeavor. For sure, for sure. Okay, so initial enumeration. Simple GET request with curl. 403 forbidden. This confirmed that direct access was restricted. Testing alternative HTTP methods. Many web servers restrict access based on GET method, but may allow other HTTP methods. I tested the trace method to check for server behavior. Trace method. So I mean, this is all curl stuff. Let's give this a try. So we just want to access the assets directory. And this should give us a 403 response. Wait. What is... So when we use curl, we get a 301 response. But when we use the web browser, is it because of the user agent? Because the big difference is that we're using curl in this case. It's likely xtrace or rate limiting, maybe HTTPS. Well, I mean, there's no HTTPS on the server, because this is all regular HTTP. If we try going to HTTPS, it just doesn't resolve. Oh, it's just forwarding assets to slash assets. Let's try it with the slash at the end then, to see if we get the 403. Man, the response is pretty slow. This is forbidden. Okay. So we actually can't see the stuff. Okay, so what do we do from here? DJ says, do their server administrators know that we're trying to breach at this point? Well, I mean, DJ, we're not doing anything illegal. We're doing an exercise. So the exercise is from the Vulnyx website. If you want to take a look, it's over here. It's because FairXBuster is saturating your traffic availability. Oh, that's true. That's true. We're also running FairXBuster in the background. Let's get rid of this. Okay, we should be able to resolve this faster now. Okay, we'll try the JS directory. That's also forbidden. We'll try the... what are some of the other directories we found? JavaScript directory. This is all 403 forbidden, so we need to figure out how to get it. Is there an administrator? It's just a challenge that we're attacking right now. If this was a realistic scenario, then and they were turning on logging, then they should be able to tell that we're attacking the application. But if they're not logging, then they're not. They wouldn't be able to tell. Okay, so what are we going to try doing first? So we try the trace method, so xtrace. It's the same thing, except we're doing xtrace. Okay, method not allowed. So we can try a bunch of different methods. So we can try the post method. Not found. 404 not found. So that it becomes 404 not found when you do posts, but if you just do get, it's forbidden. Xmetric says shared hosting for the win. Let's see. Back in the day, was the easiest way to hack someone was to sign up for shared hosting. User isolation was rarely secure. Okay. One of the first lessons in any tools for newbies is that traffic accountabilities, a couple of commands and a few command switches, is the difference between scanning a few systems and black holing the entire local network. What about head? Well, yeah, we can try all of the methods, all the common methods. So head. This came back okay, so we can head. So if we can run head and get 200 okay, but we're not able to see the body in this case. Shared hosting seems kind of insecure to me. I looked at it in detail when I was checking out anonymous cloud hosting services. Time to craft some HTTP requests. Sometimes it's trying to find out why it's 403. It could be the refer. It could be... Okay, so let's take a look at the rest of the article. So testing alternative HTTP methods. Trace method bypassing alternative HTTP methods. So post requests, header manipulation. Some web servers rely on HTTP headers for access control. I attempted modifying the refer and X original URL headers. Okay, we could try each one of these and try to do it for localhost. Original URL /admin. That seems a bit weird. Waiting for X forwarded for. Well, I mean, could be. Okay, let's try manipulating these headers. Okay, so this is forbidden. So X original URL. I mean, we could be looking for localhost. Or we could be looking for 127.0.0.1. Alright guys, in the Discord server. Yeah, here's the Discord server. If you want to check out HackerFrogs Discord, there you go. Oh no, Discord. There you go. Okay, so what else could we try? There's some other headers we could try. The refer header, maybe. So this is 403 forbidden. We can try refer localhost. Oh wait, we could also try refer equals www dot whatever. YourWAF. Still 403 forbidden. Langston's Entropy says, I need to use Tor to connect. I mean, if you want to be really privacy conscious, then yeah. Okay, so let's see. So Sick in the Mind was talking about some other... Yeah, X forwarded for. Let me try X forwarded for. Still 403 forbidden. Let's try it with localhost. And then we'll try it for 127. Okay. Langston says, Discord is hardcore banned in my area. That... okay, okay. Alright, so... Demonstrated that 403 forbidden restrictions can sometimes be bypassed using HTTP methods and header manipulation. So, I think check for web application firewall or CDN filtering that may be bypassed. So I think what we found. So trace, post, options, put, and head. These might work. So we know head works. Let's try put. So put doesn't work. Trace probably doesn't work. No, method not allowed. We'll try options. So options is okay. So allow post, options, head, get. Post, options, head, and get. Okay, so we know what methods are allowed. And what is this upgrade? Connection upgrade. I'm not super familiar with all of these responses. HTTP upgrade. I think you can only run HTTP2. The upgrade header is used in HTTP 1.1 to signal a client's desire to switch to the HTTP2 protocol. Oh, so wait. Oh, Cher, hello, nice to see you here. Or Och here? Not too sure which one, how to pronounce your name. Let us know how to pronounce your name, thank you very much. And let's give you a fun Hack the Planet redeem.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Sick in the Mind says it's not relevant to this box's exercise, I think. So if we wanted to use HTTP2, how would we do that with curl? So curl HTTP2 request. To make a curl request using HTTP2, you would use something like -- HTTP2. Let's see if it makes any big difference. We'll try just doing a regular request. So it's still forbidden if you use HTTP2. Okay, so I guess in this case the way to get around everything is just use the head method. But how would we use the head method to get contents? Because we want to get the contents of the web pages. It's just a flag, I guess. So if we use the head method, can we actually get the contents of the page? The head method does not retrieve the contents of the web page. It just gets the headers. Oh, Cher says, are we locked in? Are we locked in? Well, I mean, we're trying to figure out how to do this exercise. Nika says, hey, I'm stopping by for a quick question. After I get my Security Plus, do I go for a CCNA or focus on CTFs? So Nika, let us know what your goal is with your cybersecurity education. Are you looking to go into pentesting or digital forensics or some other role? Let us know what role you're aiming for, and then I can better give you advice. Sick of the Mind says, FerexBuster supports the M methods, for example, M post. We can try M head. So we do FerexBuster, we do -M head. Nika says SOC analyst or red team, probably more towards SOC analyst. So, I mean, if you're doing SOC analyst, it's very different education and training from doing red team. If you're looking for SOC analyst stuff, I would recommend try HackMe. So try HackMe has something called the SAL1, Security Analyst Level 1. This is certification that teaches you all about how to do SOC analyst work. And here's the link. Yeah, go for a SOC-based cert. Nico says, I want to learn red team stuff as well, but there's more blue team jobs and harder to get into red team, it seems like. I mean, I guess if you wanted to get a job sooner, then there are more job postings for people doing stuff in the SOC. The other thing is that if you understand how defensive cybersecurity works, it's a lot easier to pivot into offensive cybersecurity as well. Red team is not entry level. Yeah, red team is not entry level. I mean, before you do red team, you would usually do regular pen testing work first. And regular pen testing work is stuff like, network pen testing or web app pen testing. Red teaming is kind of a more advanced version of pen testing. Okay, we got assets, CSS. The thing is that even if this stuff works, we're looking for TXT, zip, PHP, HTML. Let's try the stuff on port 3000. Okay, so apparently the head method is okay on the entire server. Let's try options. So options are get and head. So if we can only send get and head requests, how are we supposed to get anything from the application? Xmetric says, how many pen testers do you know that have no idea what being noisy means? Pen testers usually don't have to worry about being noisy, because pen testers usually have the permission of the company that they're doing the pen testing for. But yeah. Second Mind says, if you did about 5 or 10 years of web app development, I think you could make an excellent pivot into AppSec. I mean, I agree with that, for sure. Xmetric says, just curious, I have 30 years of dev experience, hardware, software administration, server administration, full stack developer since the 90s, can confirm, knowing how to code makes you a far, far, far better pen tester. I totally agree. Okay, so man, how do we see all this stuff? I mean, I guess we could also try doing some burp suite. The problem is that we're not really getting anywhere if we're using a head request. Chris says maybe it's a misconfigured server. I mean, yeah, it's most definitely a quote-unquote misconfigured server, but and that's how we get in. Let's try. Okay, let's try accessing this thing from www.yourwaf.nix on port 3000. So this is unauthorized. That's fine. We'll go over to Burp Suite. In Burp Suite, we'll go over to the GET request, send it to the repeater. In the repeater, we'll change the method Actually, can we change method in here? Change request method. So we only have post and get. We can manually change this over to head. How do we change to a head request in Burp Suite? I thought you'd just be able to do this. Okay, Sick in the Mind says, being noisy means that they trigger alerts on security devices and appliances. The funny thing is, sometimes it's not ethical and I fix problems and leave notes. Hey guys, I wanted to let you know that you have an X on your API endpoint. Updated the file and kept the backup at blah blah blah. Feel free to donate crypto if you see fit and put a random wallet address. I've seen donations. Really? Really? That's unexpected. Okay, so let me look this up. Sending head requests in Burp Suite repeater. Send the repeater. Okay, request details in the new tab. But what if you want to... The thing is if you change the request method, it only switches between get and post. You sent head already, so I mean this isn't the expected response. Oh wait, this is to the wrong endpoint. Hold on. I want to send this to just slash. Okay, this is okay. But the thing is that it doesn't send anything. It's okay, but it doesn't send anything. Neat tool called WhatWAF that might come in handy. WhatWAF. And intelligent? Wait, that can't be... Is your name actually Intelligent? That's what HTTP head does. It only returns server headers. Yeah. I mean, I don't deal with the head method very much, but I mean, we can't really do any enumeration if all we can do is send head requests. Okay, so Sick in the Mind recommends a tool called WhatWAF. And what does this do? Advanced firewall detection tool, whose goal is to give you the idea of there's a WAF. WhatWAF works by detecting a firewall in the web application and attempting to detect a bypass or two for said firewall. Okay, so how do we use this thing? Possible tampers. Help menu. Xmetric says trace echoes. I don't have much time to update the project. I mean, what are we supposed to do here? I mean, I guess I could just clone the Git repository and go from there. (2019) sure was a year, huh? There's a README. I mean, we can go into the README. Let's see. Let's go in here. Okay. So basic menu help. So WhatWAF, payload arguments. I really like I really like tools that give you sample payloads or sample command syntax. Python again. Are we using Python in this case? Let me check. This is I mean, the setup is a Python script. We have a release. Oh, it's from 2019. Yeah, it is from 2019. Well, okay, support, create an issue, read the manual. Okay, here's the manual. Oh, it's a Python script, okay. Mandatory arguments, optional arguments. So we need the URL, we need the path. We have our request arguments. So let's try piecing this together. Okay. So Python whatwaf.py, and then we need to use the URL. I guess we'll just start with the URL. So the URL is going to be this one. We'll try the one on port 3000. Where's that web page? Can't open file. What is the file called? It's called WhatWAF. Is this just an executable? Hold on. So do we just run it like this? Okay, okay. So would you like to create an issue with the discovered unknown firewall to potentially get a detection script created for it? I'm not too sure. One of the few people who actually read the manual, RTFM. Example pages should be at the top of -- help. Let's catch up with chat. Smo says, why not start doing web dev and learning the HTTP methods first before you try pen testing? Why not become a web developer and then do pen testing afterwards? Well, I mean, you can learn both at the same time. Okay. Please Grow says, what is the most important command in Linux in your opinion? The most important command in Linux? There's no one most important command in Linux, but grep is pretty good. Learning how to use grep is a pretty good skill to learn. Thank you very much for following the stream. Batman Nuka. Batman Nuka, that's a great name, thank you. Thank you for joining the stream. Let's give you a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
But let's see. Smo says, why not start doing web development and learning the HTTP methods? I mean, I've tried to learn more about web development, and it does help me do web app hacking stuff. But definitely, you don't need to be a legitimate web developer to start learning how to do hacking stuff, but it does help. It does help. Please Grow says, I have to disagree about grep because print provides a lot more utility in my opinion. Do you not think print is more important than grep? Batman Nuka says, what's the site that you're using to train? So what we're using right now is we're using the Vulnyx site. So the exercise we're doing right now is this one over here. It's a site where you can download vulnerable VMs. Then you can deploy the VMs to your VM network and then do your hacking against them. And thank you very much for following Pam Memri. I'm not too sure how to pronounce that name. Smo says, it'll give you a better idea of what you're doing because you understand what's happening internally. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people really want to get into web app hacking. They think it's a pretty cool thing. It's okay if they can learn about web apps at the same time that they're learning about how to hack the web apps, because what you really want to do is, if your goal is to hack the web apps, then go ahead and learn about web app technologies while you're learning about how to hack the web apps. It's fine. If you want to, the thing is that most people, they want to do the thing that's exciting, and the learning can come at the same time. They can learn about the web apps at the same time that they learn how to hack the web apps. Of course, you're gonna have a better time learning to hack web apps after you understand web apps completely, but asking people to spend a year or two learning about web apps before they actually learn how to do the hacking of the web apps, it's kind of a tall ask. Pemem Re says it means let's go in Greek-lish. Greek-lish is Greek and English put together. Alathor, maybe you can pin the website on the top of chat. It's on, well, the website, the name of the platform is on the overlay. I don't know how to read your full name. Small hat something? Small hate something? let me know how to read out the full name. Maybe I can help you out there. Small hat skills. Small hat skills? Okay. If it's small hat skills, let me know. Thank you. But yeah, we're trying to figure out how to get around the web application firewall here. So we're trying to figure out how to use this tool that we just downloaded, which lets us know how to bypass these things. What WAF? Connection succeeded, continuing. Running single web application, sure. URL does not appear to have a query or parameter. This might interfere with the results. Gathering normal response. No protection identified on target. Target seems to be behind some sort of protection for the following reasons. Header value differs when the payload is provided. Response status code differs when the payload is provided. Okay, so let's see. Pamem says, if you were to choose in 2025 a career in the computer science field, would it be cybersecurity? I'm trying to figure out what I should chase since I got my degree. I'm really interested in cybersecurity. So I mean, you're asking me to tell you to get into cybersecurity. I mean, I'm okay with that because I think cybersecurity is super cool. But the yeah, chase what makes you motivated. Did you check the web application firewall rules? Do you want to create an issue with the discovered unknown firewall to potentially get a script detection? Sure, why not? Currently not the newest version. Update to request in the firewall. Xmetric says, cybersecurity is a lifelong dig in and keep digging world. Yep, it sure is. If you're not super passionate about cybersecurity, it's gonna be really tough. Okay, so let's take a look at the manual. Available arguments and usage. Help, show this message. Okay. They've got argument descriptions. Okay, they're not really important. Mandatory arguments, URL. Pass a file containing URLs, one per line to detect the protection. Okay. Pass a burp suite request file to perform a WAF evaluation. Caesar says, may I ask, how do you conserve the discipline? How do you conserve the discipline of studying each day? Some days when I feel unmotivated, I do not even open the course I study. Pam says, what would you suggest to chase first? I mean, certifications are cool, but are they needed? I care about learning more than having a cool-looking CV. So, Pam, what part of cybersecurity have you looked into, and what parts looked the most interesting to you? So, Second in the Mind says there's some serious burnout in the field. Yeah, I agree with that, Second in the Mind. I definitely burned out when I first did my web app security testing. And it really got me thinking about how much more I needed to learn. And that's one of the reasons I got out of pen testing to come back to study more. Pam says digital forensics mostly so far. I really like law cases. So digital forensics. Please Grow says if 101 firewalls have to make a rule to block a specific connection, do you think the connection is to blame, or the 101 firewalls that had to block that country? Are you talking about like blocking via IP addresses, or like blocking an entire country's IP block, or something else? So let's see. Xmetric says career pivoting to security is usually a bad idea, in my opinion, especially if your background has nothing to do with computers. I mean, people can do it. I mean, I did it. Please Grow says a specific country, for example, Israel. That sounds political. I knew a guy who was a private investigator, digital forensics guy, and a senior science instructor. So, Pam M, you were talking about digital forensic stuff. I could recommend a couple of websites to get you started on learning about that stuff. So, let's see. Digital forensics in particular, Pico CTF is a really good site for learning about, for doing challenges that have to do with digital forensics. So Pico CTF, and what else? Digital forensics in particular, I'm not super sure about. I also have some education materials over at the HackerFrogs GitHub. So you can just check out education materials in general for digital forensics specifically. It really depends on what kind of digital forensics you're talking about. Most of the digital forensics education stuff that I see is for network traffic stuff, but go ahead and check out the link. Let's see, there's a gatekeeping mentality. Anybody can transition to security, but anybody can transition to a new career. You have to be really humble and ready to start over. Intelligence says, do you think I'm not going to start talking about illegal immigration on this stream because I'm not a person who gets into politics. Have you ever heard of John Eager? He's a very good cyber specialist. John Eager. I don't know the name. Let me look it up really quick. Okay. I don't know this person. Second Mind says, unfortunately, the most established certifications for digital forensics are really more with SANS. Okay. GCFA certification. GAC Certified Forensics Analyst. So, I mean, GAC is probably going to be a super expensive certification. But so it's for incident response team members, threat hunters, SOC analysts. digital forensics analysts. So we got my question is how much is this certification going to cost? Because this is another thing that we have to pay attention to. You can purchase. Hold on. Let's find out how much it costs. The cert itself isn't expensive, but the SANS course is. So the cost for the certification includes the exam fee and the associated SANS course, which typically ranges from 8,000 to 9,000 USD. That's kind of prohibitive. Pamela says, I want to check digital forensics first without going so deep to invest. Ah, okay. So you'd probably want to learn about digital forensics on your own first, before figuring out if you really want to shell out a lot of money for this kind of stuff. So some good resources, you can find them over at sites like Pico CTF. There's another website that I recently discovered called, what is it called? It's called Alla Cyber. It's an Italian cybersecurity education website, and they've got a very large section of digital forensics challenges. The site is in Italian, but you can always translate it and then solve the challenges that have been translated for you. Okay. So let's see. Small Hat says, what kind of AES cipher do you recommend for people who want to encrypt their cheese pizza files? Let's not talk about cheese pizza, because that's super icky. Anyways, Xmetric says ads. All right, so let's go ahead. I think we should be okay. We're going to be running some ads for the next minute or so, and in the meantime, let's hang out with the birds. Okay, we'll be back in about 60 seconds. Enjoy the birds and the music. Okay, I see some messages in chat. I'll be getting to them in just a sec. Okay, let's put the birds away. So Intelligence asks, if you're running a small secure network and 90% of traffic coming from a specific country is malicious, would it be justified to block all traffic from that country as a security engineer? So we're talking about what is necessary for security. If you feel like the majority of traffic coming from a specific country is malicious, you're well within your rights to add all traffic from that country to the block list. It's just, whether or not it's ethical, or you're lumping in all the traffic from that country. If malicious actors from that particular IP address or that country notice that their stuff is being blocked, they're gonna find ways around it. Okay, Cam, hello, nice to see you here. That's a great emote, and welcome to the stream. Xmetric says, I block all Apple devices. Makes sense. Anyways, here's some Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Yeah, so PEMM, definitely do some research about the digital forensic stuff. I think digital forensics is really cool. Most of the time, you have to specialize inside of digital forensics as well. because there's network traffic analysis. There is, what else is in network forensics? There's memory analysis. There's all sorts of other things that you can run your digital forensics on, or like disk digital forensics is another big thing. Okay, let's get back to what we were doing previously. Yeah, I mean, when you're working as a security engineer, you have to be practical. You can't let politics get in the way of, keeping people safe, or your network safe in this case. Okay, so we're trying to figure out how to use our tool. So the tool is the Web Application Firewall, WAF. Are there any other Web Application Firewall security tools? Let me just check real quick. There's usually, yeah, the thing is that if you set up these kind of rules for your network traffic, politics doesn't really get. There's also a WAF bypass tool. I wonder if this is any good. I mean, it's the first search result. Well, okay, this is a topic. 4 public repositories, WAF bypass. So this one was updated. This one was updated pretty recently. It's a pretty active project. It was updated 2 months ago. Open source tool to analyze the security of any WAF for false positives and false negatives. Pebble asks, "What we doing? We're trying to figure out how to get past the web application firewall with this challenge right here." Pebble, welcome to the stream. Everybody, if you want to learn about advanced pen testing stuff, then you definitely want to check out. You definitely want to check out Pebble's stream. Pebble is a infosec streamer on Twitch, and often goes through advanced challenges like Active Directory, Windows Active Directory challenges and stuff. Okay, so Small says, if it takes you approximately 2 hours to hack a website and you have 4 people with Burp Suite ready to hack, would it be possible to hack 60 million websites a year? I'm the wrong person to ask. I don't deal with logistics like that. One of the biggest mistakes security engineers can make is not understanding how your business works and makes money. Okay, so what are we doing? It's a good hypothetical. Can you do the math? I am not good at doing math, so I'll try to avoid doing math whenever I can. Or I'll get the computer to help me do math. Okay, so the website has a web application firewall that is preventing us from seeing other parts of the website. The only thing that we do have access to is the landing page. Let's get the landing page. So this is the landing page here. Let me take a look at the source code just for fun. Not every application is built the same. I mean, if we're assuming that all the applications have the same amount of security, then we might be able to run some simple math on that, but okay, so we got a phone number, we can access, so we can access these files directly. Okay, okay. This is interesting. This is interesting because this... Because if we can navigate to a specific page, then it doesn't matter that we're not using the correct HTTP method. You got a username lenumgenx. That's true, that's true. Thank you. Thank you very much for reminding me of that X metric. Just modifies the source. Just modify the source? Okay, so that was a direct link. I wonder if the other direct links are going to work. Nothing else references the exact website. Mail script? Okay, let's add this username to our list. We got our brute force attacks over here. We could do a brute force attack against the SSH. Okay, we've got our username. Let's run. Oh man, I haven't run Hydra on this thing before. Panam says, is this for fun or a bug bounty? I would never do bug bounty on a live stream because that is very dangerous. Because if you were to do bug bounty on a live stream and then find a critical vulnerability for some major company, then you just showed everybody. And that would be very bad. Okay, just a second, I need to look up my Hydra payloads. Xmetric says, if your moral compass is working. Well, I mean, Okay, let's run our brute force attack over here. Just a second, everybody. Depends on whose LLM is better tuned with Word, and they just ganked it bounty to beat you to the submission. Could be. Okay, users.txt, password, well, password in this case is going to be, let's try, good old rockyou.txt. And we're doing SSH for innovating the small language model space to combat LLMs. Multiple paychecks. If you find one, you can create more and find multiple. Please Grow says, have you ever heard of Dr. Stephen Greer, the inventor of GrokBot small language model? He's been innovating the small language model space to combat LLMs. No, I haven't heard of Dr. Stephen Greer. I don't know GrokBot. Well, I mean, Grok is the name of... Grok is the name of, what was it? X's AI. X.com's AI. And let me just grab my IP address here, because I need my IP address to do my brute force attack. Not that I think that the brute force attack is going to work, but just for fun. Unknown service. Okay. Small Hat says, recently studied published claims that if one is able to repeatedly say gurney very quick without stuttering, the likelihood of you having a high IQ, an IQ above 120 is high. Gurney, huh? Let's see. Panama says, any suggestions for pen testing? For pen testing, I want to study for free or at low cost. Well, I mean, I've got pen testing stuff. have a much better grasp for as far as how to learn how to do pen testing for free. The GitHub for HackerFrogs, we got all that stuff. So like I said, we've got our, what is it called? Education resources. We got a lot of education resources for network hacking, which is, well, it's most pen testing is either network hacking or web app hacking, and of course web app hacking is just a part of network hacking because network hacking is a really, really big umbrella. But go ahead and take a look at the different links in those GitHub pages. It should be able to get you up and running pretty well. Oh, you know what? Maybe we need to supply this name as one of the headers? But which header would it be? Okay, so we're doing our head HTTP method. Haven't found anything. Yeah, thanks to everybody who's participating in chat. I very much appreciate having a lot of cool cybersecurity folks in here. So what are you trying to access? So we got this application here called YourWAF.Nix. It's a web app. It's an app within web application firewall. And it's sending us all 403s, so forbidden responses. We need to figure out how to get access to the stuff on the site without, well, bypassing the web application firewall. So in this case, it seems like we can use the head request, but the head request doesn't get us anything. Exported for home, exported for exported host. I mean, yeah, let's try some of that. Where's my curl? So we can try sending some headers. Second the Mind says, why web app hacking? Because web applications are the most common 7th layer use cases. I mean, everything's a web app these days. Wait. Request completely set off. Exported host, localhost, forbidden. Okay, we get forbidden here. And I mean, we could also send 127. Chris says, as a noob, I only understand that the server running Apache. The server is running Apache with an Express.js app. I would do. Okay, I mean, so the thing about running on the web root is that the web root isn't forbidden. So if we just go to if we just run it on the web root, it absolutely lets us see whatever we want. But if we go to other endpoints, then we're going to receive a 403 forbidden response. The curl is slow because we're also running FerrixBuster in the background, but we haven't found anything. We haven't found anything with FerrixBuster. Pebble says it's common for directory listing on assets and static content to be 403. Okay, so we were trying to look. So Pebble, do you have a tool that you like to use for enumerating against web application firewalls? What's the web root look like? So the web root it's a page that looks like this. So your favorite WAF mod security. So, I mean, it's not a very interactive web page. Xmetric says, look into that JavaScript more. Okay. So the JavaScript we're talking about is over here. JScripts.js. This probably, yeah, this might be, this probably is probably important. Pamela says, let's see. Small says, can you add crypto donations to the script? You could also fuzz vhost. You know, fuzzing vhost is a pretty good idea as well. Thank you very much for suggesting that, Pebble. Okay, so there is a lot of good. We are getting a lot of good stuff from Ferrix Buster, but we'll shut it off, and we'll try doing some subdomain enumeration now. Small says, I mean for your stream. I mean, I don't have crypto stuff, so I don't have crypto donations for my stream. And Pamem, hey, welcome, and thank you very much for coming by today. Let's give you something to see you off. How about some Nyan Cat? Okay, collapses responsive navbar, gets forms, construct the mail to, construct the mail to URI. So name, email, phone number, message. So can we send, is this something we can post? Get a mail to link that's just a useless bit of code. So maybe the only thing that's useful here is the username. But I want to set up the subdomain enumeration right now. Just a second, everybody. I also want to start up something new from my playlist. Some new music. I'd try that username as a directory. That's probably a pretty good guess too. Yeah, thank you, Xmetric. Let's try the username as a directory name. Okay, so it's not found. Okay, not found. Nope. Lenin backwards? I don't know. Okay, let's get the subdomain enumeration. Ooh, did you do this stuff with FFUF? I need to look up the payload. Okay, I think I've got the payload. Xmetric says DevWorld and SecWorld always have hidden meanings and code names. Looking up the origins and genesis of names really helps. Just a second, I just want to set this up first. So let's see. This one's going to be www.yourwaf.nix. Okay, we'll give this a go. Okay. So status 403, this is what we're going to be filtering on. Okay, we'll just leave that running in the background. You might want to remove the www subdomain. That's also true. But the www subdomain... I need to adjust the host file first. Okay, so we'll just add YourWAF.Nix to the list. Then we'll try to do the subdomain enumeration. tar.get. Wait. I didn't misspell anything, did I? Always a little bit paranoid about that. Host alias. Did I need to check the thing again? No, this should be okay. YourWAF.Nix. Okay, all good, I think. Let's see if we're able to find any subdomains. What else were we looking at? Okay, so we're trying to see if we can access the assets directory here using some tricks. So that's 403 forbidden. We know that if we use the head method, then we can get access to this. The problem is that the head method doesn't return anything. So it doesn't really help us very much. So this is why we're looking into using web application firewall tools to try to figure out how we can actually get anything valid from the application. So it's also safer to filter by size or words. Another subdomain could give a 403 but still be different. Thanks for letting me know about that, Pebble. Okay, so if we're not filtering on 403, then we'll filter on, I guess, words, because the words all seem to be 20 words. But yeah, that's a good catch, Pebble. Thank you. All right, so we're running our subdomain stuff. I'll try asking the AI about our predicament here. Okay, so we're Persona Management. Hello, nice to see you here. You're an amazing teacher with a relaxing rhythm with your workflow. Makes learning fun and stress relieving. Thanks. Thank you very much, Persona Management. And welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so we're dealing with a CTF where the web app is using a WAF. We determined that we can access other web pages on the app if we use the head HTTP method, but otherwise we get a 403 403 unauthorized response. By the way, the tool was derb. Derb? Derb. Derb? I mean, I did notice that we got some interesting results when we were using derb. Intelligence says, I just paste all of my terminal output into ChatGPT and let it do the heavy lifting. I mean, I usually turn to the chatbots after I have an idea of what's going on. Sometimes I'll just paste in output from whatever command I'm using. How can we get meaningful output from the app if we can only use the head method? Okay, we'll just ask that question. Signamine says, clues from derb lead to essentially what the bypass is. I didn't want to post a spoiler after. Out of curiosity, okay. AI makes people dumber. You must go through selective pressure like our ancestors. I mean, I think AI's fine to use. Don't use it as a crutch. That's the mentality. You want to try as best you can before you ask the AI anything. If you're turning to the AI immediately, that is definitely the wrong way to do it. AI poorly prompted makes people dumber. That's also true. Okay, I mean, we did do a bit of... Let's go over to the research. We did do derb on the application earlier. YourWAF.nix. Okay, so derb of all things, of course. Okay, Intelligence says, you're using it as a crutch right now. People learn from failure. Offensive security. Try harder. For every blog you read without the right answer, you learn small artifacts along the way. So, Intelligent, I will disagree that smashing your head against the wall for weeks and weeks, trying to figure out something before, and then giving up and never learning the answer, that's not the way. If you're learning and you're stuck and you don't know the answer, looking up the answer is perfectly valid because you don't know something that you don't know. Okay, Intelligence says the expert fails 1,000 times more than the noob. Next metric, the best use case for AI is TLDR this TOS AUP copy paste. So you're saying that if you use it at all, you're using it as a crutch, is what you're trying to say? Intelligent? I think you can use it if you think that it's if anybody uses any AI for any reason, they're using it as a crutch. I disagree. And I'm saying I think I saw a big file size scroll over there for the 200. So 403, lots of 403. So we're talking about something that is in the derb word list. So this is mostly just the same code and the same. Did this finish? Okay, so let's do the same thing. We'll just grep out 403. Okay, so this is index.php. Oh yeah, right. Port 3000. So we got favicon. Why is favicon so big? Usually stuff like this... Is it just my imagination? So specific... Yeah, there's another application on port 3000. Hold on. Oh, okay. Is this all it is? Not too helpful. Okay, so we also have an events directory. JavaScript events. There's favicon, there's JavaScript events. Let's check this out. And there's util. What's on 3000? We'll take a look at 3000 in a little bit. We just need to check out the stuff that didn't come back for 03. So this is events. This is in the JavaScript directory. JavaScript stuff. Okay, let's we got this thing as well. We might as well run this on the port 3000 application as well. So we'll run the same thing, we'll run it on 3000. Okay, and in the meantime, let's take a look at this util. I mean, this is all just a bunch of JavaScript stuff. Is there anything that we need to pay a lot of special attention to? Oh no, there's logs. Whoa, and there's a read file. Well, I mean, the read file probably not very much there, but there's this really big logs file. All right, let's take a look at the read file first. Unauthorized. Unauthorized. Well, why did... Wait. Why did derb come back on... Derb came back code 200, but when I try to access it myself in my web browser, it comes back unauthorized. We didn't fuzz through it. What about the logs? Let's yeah, we'll check out the logs. We'll also do what is it? Ferrix Buster on port 3000. Okay, and then we can take a look at the logs. This is basically every request we've ever sent to the server. "12 characters and the new line." Unauthorized 13 bytes. Yeah, I guess that is... Hold on. So host name, whoa, what? there's another subdomain called ns9. Hostname ns9.www.yourwaf.nix. I need to add this to my host file. Just a second, everybody. Okay, so let's ns9. That's most likely you fuzzing subdomains. Was that me fuzzing subdomains? So is there, I mean, is there a bunch of other stuff? Let me try scrolling up a bit. So let's try just searching for this. So let's see. You know, strangely enough, there doesn't seem to be very many instances of the string. Well, you know, I'll try it out. This NS9 thing. Okay, so Second the Mind says, I wouldn't go that far just yet. You're looking at a mod security log. This is part of what you ask Claude, what kind of strings you look for to identify a mod security rule that keeps blocking your requests. So, I mean, we saw from the web root here, mod security. I mean, listen, I don't know very much about web application firewalls. Is mod security a very common web application firewall? There's also this stuff over here. It's probably talks about... It is. Okay, well, great. I'm learning more about web application firewalls as we speak. Okay, let's translate this from Spanish. It's a web application firewall module for Apache HTTP server that provides an additional layer of security, protects applications from common attacks such as SQL injection, XSS, etc., etc. So mod security. Mod security. Just a second. I just want to check to see if the subdomain goes somewhere. It just redirects here, so maybe not. Okay. I wonder if the mod security homepage looks like this. So if I just look up mod security, okay. So it doesn't look like what we have on that web application. So I guess if we identified a specific web application firewall, then we can do some research on if there's potential workarounds for this. Well, there's got to be something more interesting in the logs. I mean, probably. There's also potential known hacks like filter bypass. Filter bypass. This could be very useful. We need to know what the version of mod security being used is. Okay, so where was that log? Yeah, so this is the log here. Let's look up mod security. So file user share mod security something.conf. So this is referencing local web server files. If we could get it says, okay, mod security for Apache 297, OAuth CRS 334. This doesn't tell us what version of mod security is being used, does it? Core rules 2.5. There's also, let's see, .config. Still doesn't tell us what version is being used. So how many instances are there in here? More than 1,000 matches. So this string shows up a lot. NGM asks, how can I build an MSys2 on Linux? NGM, I don't know. I don't know what MSys2 is. It's a collection of tools and libraries provide you with an easy to use environment for building, installing, and running native Windows software. I don't see immediately why you would want to build that on Linux. Okay, so let's see. This is for Windows. We're not dealing with Windows, but I don't know. Filter bypass, denial of service, post security bypass. Time to upload the log file to ChatGPT. Well, I mean, are you still advocating that using the AI is a crutch? Then again, there's way too much to parse here. I mean, we could start searching for very specific strings. But what strings would we be looking for? Grep? Yeah? I mean, we can download this and start grepping for stuff. Actually, you know what? That's a good idea. You should probably download it. Wait, why am I redirecting if I'm doing wget? Never mind. Back in my day, we Googled and grepped. Grep is for boomers, bro. ChatGPT time. Okay, so logs. This is all the stuff. Wow, I feel like I'm in the Matrix. Okay, back in my day we asked Jeeves. Okay, can I copy this all to my How do I copy this to my clipboard? There's a command that copies everything to the clipboard, right? Linux copy to clipboard from output xclip, right? So is xclip installed? Xclip C. There's no way that's 400 plus megabytes. AI is best for the TLDR. So when we've got our logs, whoa, that's really big. Yeah, we have xclip. Oh man. Okay. Circular reference loop. So I mean, if the answer is in this log, I guess we can feed it to ChatGPT. The question is, how do we get it to ChatGPT? Because it's just a giant file. Let's see. Thank you very much for following the Fulcum Tech. Wait, which? Sorry. Yadi Yodim. Hello, nice to see you here. It doesn't look that big in the browser, to be honest. Well, am I still running an attack right now? Okay, so I'm not running an attack here. We've got the file here. It's pretty darn big. DeepSeek usually accepts larger inputs than GPT, but this size I'm not sure. It's pretty big. What you'd likely need is at the beginning of the file, just upload the first 10%. I mean, let's take a look at this thing. It's going to be reading for a while. LSLAH. Okay, so we're probably looking for something. 301 found. We're probably looking at the stuff at the very end of the file. So the stuff at the beginning, I'm pretty sure this is recent stuff. So this is September 23rd. Wait, which time zone are they using? They're not using my time zone. And this should be from my IP address. What is my IP address again? Let me look it up. My IP, yeah, this is my IP address for the ETH0. UTC +2. Okay, so what I probably wanted to look at is at the end of this file. So we'll just tail. Was it tail? Let's do 100 lines. So this is the last 100 lines of the file. This should have, where is it? This should have the relevant information here. Mod security. Apache error. There's probably some vulnerable version. There's probably some vulnerable version of mod security being used. Maybe grab something like allowed. That's a good idea as well. These are all the same host. Grep I, case insensitive. Let's just do the entire thing. Okay, there's actually not very much here. So, not allowed, not allowed. Allowed methods. tx dot match within allowed methods. Maybe we should just do allow instead of allowed, because it'll give us more. What do you mean host name? Oh, this might be, yeah, this might be the web disk Halloween. Is this part of... So grep v not allowed. Grep v not allowed. Why is there all this tallow? Okay, okay. This was the subdomain enumeration part. The WhatWAF? WhatWAF. So allow, we can also not grep for not allowed. Method is not allowed by policy. I mean, that's going to be most of these. So grep for allow, grep out, not allowed. And then grep out Halloween. What kind of subdomains are these? Oh, sorry, what time is it? I have to make sure I don't go super over time. We'll do a hard limit of 30 minutes. I need to make sure I don't end stream super late. Okay. 11 o'clock Eastern. I'm on the West Coast, so I'm trying not to go super late because I need to get dinner and I need to prep for the next day and stuff, all that other great stuff. Do some chores. This is all stuff that has to get done after dinner, so can't stream too late. Man. West Coast, Best Coast, well, it used to be. Depends exactly where you are, I guess. What are we doing? So we're looking through these logs. There's way too much stuff in the logs. Let's do 200 lines from the logs. And we'll try feeding that to ChatGPT or something. Action intercepted. Okay. Just a second, let me just grab all this. We'll feed it to the AI. See if Claude can give you some insights on carving out the log better. Brendan says, what time are you ending? In about 28 minutes or so. Well, Maximum 28 minutes. Okay. Let's try Claude. So Claude is over here. And we're dealing with the CTF where the web app is using a WAF. We determined that we can access other web pages with the head method. Several techniques to extract meaningful information. HTTP headers, analysis, head requests, return full headers. Different responses often have different content lengths. Okay. Timing-based extraction. Error page in fingerprinting, parameter testing, cookie session analysis, cache headers, automated approach. All right, let's instead do something else. So these are the logs from the web application firewall. Is there anything interesting we can use to bypass or hack it? Okay, the mod security, WAF logs. There are several interesting bypass opportunities that you can use in the CTF. Key behavioral analysis, extension-based blocking. So it's blocking based on file extensions in this list. Okay. How many of these are relevant to us? Most of these look like Windows stuff. So there's .com, there's VB and VBS. Although they're not all, never mind, they're not all Windows related stuff. There's all that .NET stuff. That's true. Okay, file name pattern matching. It's specifically looking for /webconfig patterns. Okay, case variation bypass. Try different case variations. Extension bypasses. Try extensions that are not on the block list, okay. Path traversal and encoding. Null byte parameter and pollution. HTTP method bypass. Since you mentioned head works, try... PHP is not there. There's always a chance. There's always a chance that that it might be PHP stuff. So Unicode UTF-8 bypasses. The most promising approach would be testing file extensions that are not on the block list. Okay, so extensions that are not on the block list. So Sick in the Mind mentioned that the method that they saw in the write-up had something to do with derb, and derb pointed us at the logs. Anyways, let me take a little water break. I'll take about 20 seconds, just a second, everybody. And in the meantime, enjoy the birds. Okay, let's get back to it. So we could try file extensions that are not on the block list, but I'm trying most of these right now. So JSON, XML. Edwin Seb, hello. We're doing this challenge right over here. It's called YourWAF from Vulnyx. There's the link if you want to try it out yourself. And you know, this user right here, Lenham, they always come up with the most interesting challenges. I've never been disappointed. So we just need to figure out what the heck is going on. So mod security. It's looking for these file extensions right here. What happens if we go into... So we know we can't just access the assets directory, it's forbidden. But what if we start doing weird camel case? This doesn't exist. So the web server is case sensitive. Langston's entropy says, would these challenges work over Tor? Well, I mean, you could download the file, and you can download the file. You can deploy the virtual machines. I don't think. Do you think Tor might be the solution? I don't know if Tor is the solution in this case. So we got the port 3000 application. Whitelist or allow? Hold on. Cat log .1. Oh, I'm in the wrong directory. What directory am I in? Temp. Logs.1. Okay, and then we start looking for patterns. We start looking for allow, whitelist, grep. The problem is that we already sent all that stuff. So wait. Any way to easily revert the box and regrab it? Yeah, I mean, I think I can uninstall this box and I can reinstall it so that all the log stuff gets wiped out. Yeah, let me try doing that, because it seems like I've already polluted the logs. Okay, so I can reinstall the VM. I'm just gonna power the thing off, and then I will reinstall the box. So it'll take me a couple of minutes to reinstall it. Okay, so let me try reinstalling the box now. I just deleted the thing. Let's see how long it takes to re-import the VM. And you know what? After we restart the box, the logs file is going to be very, very small. So that's another added benefit. Okay. I just need to reconfigure the VM just a second. Okay. VQFX, are you posting somebody's address? Okay, I wrote some of my most impressive grep commands with regex on a napkin at lunch one time when I was working at a SOC in JPMC. JPMC. Hold on. Just a second. I accidentally minimized everything on my desktop. That was smart. Okay, no, it's all back. Just hit Windows D. Really? Oh, that's a great. That's a great what is it called? It's a great hint. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good. The new IP address, we need to grab that. Actually, wait, we need to add sudo nano and add this to our host list. Okay, so the new address is just incremented by 1. If you hit Windows XXUU, it fixes everything. Alright, I think we're good. So, let's see. What was that wget command we used? Wget the logs. Okay, so we'll wget the logs again. Oh, that didn't work? Hold on. Let's try doing our nmap scan again. What kind of sorcery is this? Shift F10, Windows L might fix it. No worries. I've everything's fine now. Okay, so the same 3 services, and where is that derb? So we found it by running derb on port 3000. So we got logs. Why did it run so fast this time? I mean, it's a much smaller thing now. Okay, and now we can and we can download it. Okay, download that thing. Ferrex exhausted a lot of resources. VQ, why are you pasting addresses into chat? Why are you pasting physical street addresses into chat? Okay, so we've got logs here. We're looking for allowed or whitelisted or something like that. Trying to find the host that I'm using. PFX says that's not even a real site. Well, what are we talking about? Real sites? Side quest OSINT challenge. I wonder how hackers bypass Google's cell phone number policy when opening up the YouTube account. Do hackers use a lot of YouTube for hacking stuff? Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at these logs. So cat logs, grep out the whitelists. No whitelist. How about allowed? Oh, sorry, we want insensitive. So we got allowed methods. So we got all this going on here. Okay, so what were we looking for? Bypass trusted something something. Okay, we'll try what Second the Mind suggested. Nothing came up. I mean, it's not a very large file anymore. Actually, never mind. It's still kind of big. Okay. Oh, okay. So this is from our Nmap scans. It's mostly Nmap scan stuff now. So 403 stuff. Most of this stuff is forbidden. Wait. Okay, so this is all stuff from my machine. PFX asks, can you DDoS my school? Don't ask me to do anything illegal. I don't do illegal stuff, thank you. Xmetric says I can. PFX asks, why not? PFX, if I do illegal stuff, if I talk about doing illegal stuff on the live stream, then people can report me and then get my channel banned. So that's one of the many reasons why I don't do illegal stuff. I mean, I'm pretty sure we've got everything from the logs here. Maybe we can just supply everything from the logs and paste it into our friendly AI friend. It's still pretty big, but that's fine. I'm pretty sure we can supply all this. Ah, that's a lot of green. What's weird is that Derb didn't get too many denied. Maybe look at the logs request. Okay, so this is everything. This time I'm going to be doing it, I'll supply this to ChatGPT. I've got a ChatGPT subscription. Just a second. Okay, so I'm just doing this off screen because I've got ChatGPT on another monitor. PFX asks, can you make me UD firmware for my 45T DMA card to cheat on Fortnite and Valorant? Sorry, can't help you with cheating with Fortnite and Valorant. Okay, so I'm taking a look at ChatGPT stuff. You know, when I finally see what the solution is, I'm gonna be doing a lot of learning, I think. So stick in the mind if if you can, could you give me a hint? I'm pretty sure that we're looking at the logs, and stick in the mind. Took a look at a write up a little bit earlier, because I've been working on this for the last 90 minutes or something. User agent. Okay, so we're supposed to be looking at user agents. I'm pretty sure our user agent when we Mozilla 500, huh? Most of the time, I wonder. So the question here is, what is the allowed user agent? Did the domain searcher thing use a proper user agent? I mean, everybody's user agent is going to be... Oh, you know what? I think the user agent might be... We might be looking at that Lenum user. So, Lenum GenX. Oh man, could it really be this? If we curl to... Where are my curl commands? I mean, they're actually in here. Okay, let me pull up my curl commands. Here. Okay, so A is for agent, I'm pretty sure. Lenum GenX. Oh. Gotta make sure to capitalize that. This is still forbidden. So we changed our user agent. Maybe they're looking for something very specific. Let's take a look at... Let's go somewhere else. Logs. So when we take a look at the user agents, they're all file user share mod security requests scanner conf request header user agent. What's weird is the pivot in this. Langston's entropy said, would the sudoers file be relevant to getting permissions as root here or just irrelevant? I mean, the actual... I'm pretty sure that's not being acting as the root user from the web server isn't really relevant here. Brennan, stop asking me to help you bypass bans on your applications. I don't help people do that. Okay, Sick in the Mind says they end up pivoting to FFUF and fuzzing domains, which for a CTF I guess is one way, but it's not relevant for a real engagement. I've gotten this much info from an SSL cert. SSL certs usually, I mean, I've done a couple of CTFs. S-Metric says not for free anyways. I mean, if you want to offer up your services, go ahead. I just, that's not what I do. Yeah, I'm gonna be learning so much when I look at when I finally figure it out. Okay, Second the Mind says they end up pivoting to the thing that really boggles my mind is that this challenge is rated easy on the Vulnyx website. Gotten vhosts from SSL certs, and bad admins have configured public sites with SSL certs that covered their internal portals, shared on the same server, budget concerns, or whatever. I mean, that makes sense, and that sounds totally legitimate. Okay. So we're supposed to scout... So, user agent. So Mozilla 5? Oh, the other question is what user agent does derb use? Hold on. What user agent does derb tool use? In this case, try user agent Netscape. Try reloading the page. Introduction to derb. This will send requests using the custom user agent is a strong tool, etc., etc. Okay, so there's derb. Custom user agent. You can use a custom user agent, okay? It's crazy how much people try to entrap you into crime on this stream. It seems like most of the time those type of people get into that profession because they're jealous. Yeah, everybody is watching the live stream right now. If you want me to help you commit crimes or, you know, get illegal access to stuff, please stop watching. I will not help you. Thank you. This was a public service announcement. Please reload Vulnyx. Vulnyx, you mean this? It'll fix it. It'll fix it. You... Okay, so I think we're running out of time here. Okay, so let's just ask the AI, because it seems like derb wasn't having a problem with doing the requests. Let's see. Okay, let's just ask the question here. The derb security tool, what user agent does it use? The derb tool uses a very distinctive user agent string by default, which is Mozilla 4. This is an old Internet Explorer 6 user agent that's easily recognizable and often blocked by modern security tools. Is it though? Hold on. Run derb against your, well, we can try. Okay, so this is the user agent here. Still forbidden. In Lenham's write-up, he uses Netscape. Netscape? Okay, okay. Listen, listen. I've been banging my head against this thing for like 2 hours or something. Netscape. I think Sick in the Mind mentioned it before. Netscape Navigator, yeah. Okay, so what is the Netscape? I missed their logo. What is the Netscape user agent? A Netscape, just Netscape. Okay, so is it just Netscape? This is still 403 forbidden. Literally just the word. Lowercase? Okay, I mean, we tried lowercase. Still says forbidden. The little ship wheel. I do miss the little ship wheel. That was a pretty good logo. Okay, so Netscape Navigator. Typical Netscape user agent in its prime would start with Mozilla and then something something. He does have it as uppercase. Why isn't it working in this case? Maybe asset, maybe, yeah, maybe the... Okay, so this is... Let's try another directory. So this is 3000. So this is 3000. How about... Oh, no, no, no. We can just try 3000. So this is just unauthorized. FFUF using the host header as your fuzzing method. Let's see. Netscape as the user agent. Okay. All right, everybody. I think we're going to have to call it here because it's getting rather late. We're nowhere close to finishing this thing. But you know what? I think I'll cover this. I'll cover this later on after I've gotten a feel for it. But in the meantime, let's take a look at what cool InfoSec streamers are online. What? What is that? ISPnetscape.com. What is that? Made the observation earlier for multiple DNS names seen in the log. Oh, and thank you very much for the super sticker, Langston's Entropy. Observation of multiple domains, everything. Okay, let's give everybody a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get...
And let's see who else is streaming on Twitch right now. Okay, so we're looking... Let me take a look at my own Twitch. Looks like we have Moohiddles on right now. We haven't raided into Moohiddles in a while. So she likes to do NASA stuff. Let's see if they're doing anything awesome right now. You just downloaded Netscape browser? Of course, of course. Wow. Thank you very much for all the help today, everybody. Good friends like Sick in the Mind and Xmetrics and in Intelligent. Awesome, awesome. Thank you very much for participating in today's chat. Catch you on IRC if that's cool. Okay, thanks everybody. Let's go ahead and start in that raid. So raid, how do you spell that name? Moo Hoodles. Okay, everybody, we're going to be back on Wednesday, and we're going to be doing a lot of web app hacking. But until then, have some happy hacking, and we will see you next time. All right, everybody, raiding out in 3, 2, 1. HackerFrogs out.